Honorable members, let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and that good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of peace, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, I have received a message from His Excellency the President. The message is dated the 3rd of December 2022, and it reads, Mr. Speaker, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the Constitution, I write to inform you that I will be traveling outside the country on Saturday, 3rd December 2022 to Abuja, Nigeria, to attend the 62nd ordinary session of the Summit of the ECOWAS Authority of Heads of State and Government, taking place from 3rd to 4th December 2022. I will return to Ghana on Monday, 5th December 2022. During my absence, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, act in my stead. Yours sincerely and best wishes, Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo. Honorable members, item 4. Correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We will start with the correction of votes and proceedings. And we start with the votes and proceedings of Thursday, 1st December 2022. Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Yes, page 9.
Speaker, sorry, back to page 8, item number 6. Honorable Musa Aziz Ayaba, he is on official trip ECOWAS. He has brought his permission form, which was duly signed by me and referred to your office, Mr. Speaker. And then same to number 7, and then 18. They all seek for permission that was duly signed by us and referred to your office, Speaker. Thank you.
I will not repeat what I've been saying every day. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 23rd sitting held on Thursday, 1st December 2022, are adopted as the true record of proceedings. I have with me a copy of the official report of Wednesday, 9th November 2022. Honorable members, any corrections? Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the official report of Wednesday, 9th November 2022 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I've seen the motion proceedings for Thursday, 1st December 2022, and in it, the supplement provides for some committee meetings. One is by the Committee on Education, and they held a meeting on 7th October 2022. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering why the committee should be bringing this now, unless maybe they are coming by a report of that meeting to us. Otherwise, I can't just understand why it's taking such a long time for the committee to report to us a meeting that held on 7th of October. It is now that it's appearing on the order, the votes and proceedings, that meeting held on 7th of October. Then the other one is Committee on Defense and Interior. Also held a meeting on the 26th of October. Parliament resumed on Tuesday, the 25th of October. If it is that the meeting held, maybe at the time Parliament was sitting, and that would have perhaps affected attendance in plenary by the following members listed, and that will be informative. Other than that, again, I can't understand why a meeting that held on the 26th of October should find space on the votes and proceedings of 1st December 2022. Just because you do know, sometimes when these meetings hold and members are not present in plenary, maybe they will relate to the attendance of that committee meeting. And then just opposing it with the previous days' votes and proceedings, then will make, to me, it will make better sense than holding it until maybe about a month after the meeting has held. But you are not coming with any reports to us. The relevance of it is what I'm doubting. Now, that is on the other paper of 1st December 2022, a meeting that held 26th October, which is not coming to us by any reports. Thank you.
Honorable Majority Leader, you are absolutely right in this matter. I took notice of it and have requested to meet the clerk and the officers to discuss these issues. It looks like performance has really clamped down, and we're going to take a serious view of it, particularly the cluster heads of committees and the clerks of committees. We have to get clerks to present minutes of committee meetings and all reports. And there are a few directives I will issue after the meeting. And even if it is not complied with, then they will have themselves to blame. So you are right, and it should not be repeated again. I think there is sufficient notice to the clerks to committees. Honorable members, with this, the guidance I have is that we'll move straight to public business. And at the commencement of public business, yes, please.
Speaker, indeed, at the commencement of public business, shall we begin with item 8 on page 3 of today's order paper? Item 8, page 3.
I see. I thought you said we should deal with the budget before that one, but since you want us to start with item 8 instead of item 7, we'll proceed to item 8. So at the commencement of public business, item 8, motion, chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to move that this Honourable House adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the reports of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana for public boards, corporations, and other statutory institutions for the period ended 31st December 2019. Mr. Speaker, I present your committee's report and ask that the Hansa capture the entire report as having been read whilst I read portions of it. Mr. Speaker, this report was presented to the House by the Majority Leader on 21st June 2022 in accordance with Article 1875 of the 1992 Constitution. The report was referred to the Public Accounts Committee for examination and report. Mr. Speaker, the committee acknowledged or expressed its appreciation to the ministers, the deputy ministers, and officials from the relevant ministries, public boards, and corporations for their assistance during the committee sitting. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this audit, that the Auditor General conducted an audit of the public boards, corporations, and other statutory institutions for the year ended 31st December 2019, in accordance with Section 13 of the Audit Service Act, Act 584. The purpose of the audit was for the Auditor General to ascertain whether all the public boards, corporations, and other institutions concerned had maintained proper records and books, whether accounts were properly kept, and all public monies due were fully accounted for. The audit also sought to determine if the rules and procedures applicable were sufficient to ensure an effective check on assessment, collection, and proper allocation of revenue, and whether monies were expended for the purpose for which they were approved and the expenditures made as authorized. So, Speaker, the summary of findings of the report by the Auditor General. The significant findings of the Auditor General show that total irregularities stood at 5.4 billion Ghana cedis, which included $4.8 million converted into cedi at the prevailing exchange rate of 5.68 Ghana cedis to the dollar, as at 31st December 2019. Also, an amount of 299,202 euros converted into cedi at the prevailing exchange rate of 6.37 Ghana cedi to the euro, and 1,564 pounds sterling converted at the prevailing exchange rate of 7.646 as of December 2019. So, Speaker, there are 7 types of irregularities. The first one is outstanding loans and debtors, which stood at 4.8 billion Ghana cedis. The second one, cash irregularities, 215,025 Ghana cedis. Payroll irregularities, the third one, which stood at 66.2 million Ghana cedis. Procurement irregularities, fourth, stood at 37.3 million Ghana cedis. Tax irregularities, fifth, which stood at 199.6 million Ghana cedis. The sixth one is store irregularities, 2.7 million. And the last one, contract irregularity, 87.6 million, giving a total of 5.468 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the rest of the irregularities which were not accounted for were covered from page 6 of the report onwards. Committee observation. The committee noted that most of the institutions had complied with some of the recommendations of the Auditor General in respect of the irregularities cited against them. The committee observed, however, that the irregularities that remain unresolved relate to a number of public boards and corporations, as captured in the report. Mr. Speaker, significant among these unresolved irregularities is under Ministry of Employment and Labor Relations, which is Social Security and National Insurance Trust, SNIT. And the irregularity is delays in recovery of rent from property managers, 5.6 million Ghana cedis. In contravention of paragraph 4.3.1 of the Property Management Agreement between Bro Ghana Limited and SNIT, Bro Ghana Limited did not recover a total amount of 5.6 million Ghana cedis as rent arrears from 114 tenants who had vacated the SNIT commercial properties during the period under review. The Auditor General urged management to impress upon Bro Ghana Limited to recover the amount from the tenants. Again, he urged management to revise the agreement with the property managers to include clauses that will tie fee payment to the rate of recovery of rents outstanding from tenants. He further advised management to be responsive to maintenance needs of the properties. The committee observed that management is unable to recover the amounts. Therefore, the committee urges management to resort to court to recover the amount. Mr. Speaker, let's come to unqualified audit opinion. The Auditor General stated in his report his independent opinion that the financial statements submitted for validation presented fairly financial information in accordance with applicable statutory provisions, and that his office was satisfied in all material respects that the financial statement complied with stated accounting policies of government and are in accordance with generally accepted accounting standards and essentially consistent with that of the preceding year. In the Auditor General's opinion, all the financial statements presented a true and fair view of the financial position as at 31st December 2019 and financial performance of the organizations for the year ended. Conclusion. The committee noted that the Auditor General has fully audited the public accounts of Ghana pursuant to Article 187 of the 1992 Constitution, Section 13 of the Audit Service Act of 2000 at 584, and Section 84 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016 at 921. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt and approve by resolution its report on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana for public boards, corporations, and other statutory institutions for the period ended 31st December 2019. Mr. Speaker, the statutory submitted.
Yes, any seconder. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion on the report of the Public Accounts Committee, on the report of the Auditor General, on the public accounts of Ghana, public boards, corporations, and other statutory institutions for the period ended 31st December 2019. Mr. Speaker, I'll make a few comments, particularly on the irregularities in relation to GRIDCO. If you look at the report, paragraph 7.1.4 on page 13, among the irregularities particularly noted with GRIDCO is the non-existence of transaction service agreement or customer agreements. Audit revealed that the company did not have a signed transaction service agreement with its customers and power generators, although it is accounting and financial manual requires a contract to be in place for transaction services rendered. Also, transaction service agreement for serving customers as a pipe has not been renewed. Again, Mr. Speaker, if you look at paragraph 71.1.4.2, long-standing trade receivables, 234,338 cedis and 331 pesos of trade receivables has not been collected by GRICO, and is also part of the contract irregularities. The Speaker, again, GRICO, under paragraph 7.1.4, page 14, and here the infraction is on lending agreement between Volta River Authority and GRICO in respect of assets. The audit observed that there was no on-lending agreement between VRA and GRICO in respect of facilities that VRA borrowed funds to construct and transfer to GRICO. The assets were recognized as long-term liabilities in GRICO's accounts. The Auditor General advised the management to engage VRA and Ministry of Finance to conclude an on-lending agreement stating the terms of the facility. Management revealed to the committee that government converted the entire amount of 614,203,518 cedis to equity, but failed to pay dividend due to cash flow challenges. The Speaker, I think that this is a matter that must be taken seriously, so that GRICO will pay dividend to VRA and therefore to government. Again, Mr. Speaker, there are another one where there is a dispute between GRIPA and GRICO on amount of indebtedness, and the auditor has recommended that this matter, that is about 28.96 million, that this matter be resolved so that whoever the money is due can have it. The Speaker, with this view, I second the motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded is now for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Mutala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion for the approval of the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana's public boards, corporations, and other statutory institutions for the period ended 31st December 2019. Right, Honorable Speaker, as part of the irregularities identified by the committee, one irregularity that attracts the attention and which is of tremendous concern to me, and I believe to many of our colleagues, is the procurement irregularities. And we check at paragraph 6.14 that this irregularity occurs as a result of management non-compliance of the provisions of the Public Procurement Act 663 of 2003. And the total irregularities amounted to $3 million. That is 13,530,000 Ghana cedis. And the Auditor General once again recommended that management of the various institutions should undertake procurement transactions strictly for the adherence of the Public Procurement Act. Right, Honorable Speaker, these institutions have legal departments, and the legal departments were conscious of what the law says, yet they disregarded this law and engaged in such actions. It is the view of the Auditor General and my humble opinion that such institutions should take the necessary steps to ensure that we don't have a repetition of this. Having served in the committee, at least this is my second year in this Parliament, that all the problems or the infractions that are identified, they come to appear before the committee and they promise that we wouldn't have a repetition of same. Yet the next report you take, the same infractions occurred. Another irregularity has to do with contract irregularities. And if you look at paragraph 6.17, that is mainly related to overpayment of contracts, absence of signing of contract agreements, failures to comply with tendering procedures, delay in construction, ineffective control over contracts, and absence of transparency. These are serious infractions. And once again, these institutions that engage in such infractions are conscious of what the law says. In this country, people have served jail terms for engaging in such infractions. Yet we find heads and boards of such corporate institutions engage in same with alacrity. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to specifically look at the VRA, Resettlement Trust Fund, and the need for investment policy. And if we check in paragraph 7.13, that the auditors reviewed the financial records of VRA Resettlement Trust Fund showed that the board over the period invested some funds in various financial institutions with the intention of earning returns to complement the major sources of funding for the organization. Yet they did so without any documented policy on investment. In this country, we have had people who served jail terms because they had very clear intentions to invest for the purposes of supporting the institutions they headed. Yet they went to jail because the simple reason was that there wasn't any legal backing for such investment, even though they had very clear mind and good intentions to generate some revenue for the institutions. This cannot be different from that decisions and actions taken by those people for which the reason they were jailed by our courts. My last point, right, Honorable Speaker, has to do with the capacity of those who manage some of these institutions. I think that repeatedly we have called for the capacity of those who manage such institutions to be upped. Yet these calls seem to be falling on deaf ears. I think it is about time the committee and Parliament took a position. Demand that the capacity of those heading such institutions, particularly managing such investment, to be taken serious. Yet, if we do not do that, we would lament every year or any time such reports are presented. And I humbly suggest that Parliament should take a decision in approving this report, that the institutions should be forced to ensure that they build the capacity of those who handled such very critical and important portfolios within those institutions. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the approval of the report. Thank you.
Yes, majority there. Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence to make a few observations because I have to step out. First, Mr. Speaker, I rise to add my voice to those who have spoken ahead of me to adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana. Speaker, this one relates to public boards, corporations, and other statutory institutions. And it's for the period ended 31st December 2019. Mr. Speaker, the other day, when you were not in the chamber, I raised a few matters, and I intend to hammer on just one or two. First, Mr. Speaker, these reports from the Auditor General relates to public accounts, relates to public boards, corporations, and other statutory institutions. Now, all these institutions, we realize that there are some issues relating to improprieties on the part of these institutions, public boards and corporations. The Speaker, these matters have come before us for Parliament to take a position on them. Incidentally, there are members of Parliament serving on these boards, on these corporations, on the entity tender committees of these corporations. And now the Auditor General is telling us that there are cash irregularities, payroll irregularities, procurement irregularities. And MPs are serving on these entity tender committees. Have they ever reported to us cases of malfeasance? Not that I know of. Officially, Mr. Speaker, officially we have not seen anything from our representatives on these boards. These matters have come to us, and Parliament will have to take positions on them. What does it mean? How does it translate or affect the work being undertaken by our representatives on these corporations and public institutions and so on? Mr. Speaker, so I think the time has come for us as a House to take a decision on MPs serving on public boards. We should take a decision on this. There are members of Parliament who are serving on these boards, public institutions and so on. And I believe at any given time, if you are raising these matters, they may think that it's going against them. I think it is the institution that they represent, which is Parliament. How do we become part of this? The commission of these cases of malfeasance, improprieties, and come to preside over the report, and then take a decision on that. What should we do? Yes, because I believe the time has come for us to really interrogate this matter and take a decision, a firm decision, as to whether it is right for members of Parliament to continue to serve on boards, on corporations, especially on these entity tender committees. And then we are having these reports come to us of cases of serious improprieties and malfeasance. What do we do? Mr. Speaker, so that's the first thing. The second relates to, again, an issue that I raised in respect of the setting up of the committee as prescribed by Article 187. Mr. Speaker, as I reminded the other time, at the time the Honorable Minister for National Security, Kandapa, was chairing the Public Accounts Committee, this matter came up strongly, and the House decided to follow up, to set up that committee in the public interest. Mr. Speaker, it was suggested to us that that committee should be established on the lines of the committee as provided for under Article 278(1)(c). And whilst we're not here, the other day when I raised it, I indicated to us that it's important for us to have this committee established before this meeting adjourns sine die on the 21st of December 2022. Mr. Speaker, I'll go back to that. And I will invite you, Mr. Speaker, to have a meeting with leadership on this, to deliberate on the way forward on this before we liaise with the Chief Justice to have this committee established before we adjourn. Because we keep piling, adopting these reports, we keep seeing cases of malfeasance, and yet we're not able to take a firm decision on them, apart from these audit implementation committees that exist in the various MDs. We should be bold on this. The Speaker, as I said, I would invite you to call for a meeting involving leadership for us to interrogate this matter and then take a firm position on it and then liaise with the Chief Justice. Then we know what to do before we adjourn Senate Day on the 21st of December. Speaker, having said so, there are a few observations. Again, I look at bullet 6.0, the committee's report, and then we are told that the total irregularities stood at 5.46 billion Ghana cedis, and it included $4.86 million. It was to be paid at that time at a rate of 6.37 Ghana cedis to $1. The Speaker, 5.68 Ghana cedis to $1 then. The Speaker, if those who are obliged to pay haven't paid yet, if they have to pay now, they should be made to pay the current rate of the cedi equivalent of $1, which is officially, I think, 14.35. That is what they should be paying, not the recommended rate in 2019 of 5.68. And the Speaker, it applies to all other currencies, the pound sterling and the euro, because one was required to pay 299,202 euros 0.40 cents. Mr. Speaker, then we are told that the total irregularities declined by 8.9 billion from the 2017 figure of 12 billion to only 3 billion in 2018. That was very significant. But Mr. Speaker, it climbed up again by 81.8%. What is the reason for that? Maybe the committee should have informed us what really caused the climb up, the dramatic climb up of the irregularities from 3 billion to 5.68 billion. That is a climb up by 81.8%. What really occasioned that? Maybe you should have furnished us with further and better particulars about that, aside just noting that it climbed up by that margin. What really was the reason for it? Because if you have to propose chaos, we ourselves should know what occasioned that. I think the information given us is a bit defective, or deficient, I should say, with respect to the costs. Mr. Speaker, so again, the procurement irregularities. This is my prime concern. As I said, I'm not too sure that any of our members of parliament who are serving on the procurement and tender committees have made a report to us about instances or cases of malfeasance wherever they are. And that really puts them in a very precarious position. So let's take a decision, a firm decision on these matters. Because, Mr. Speaker, last week, the report from the Public Accounts Committee carried the same thing, that is procurement irregularities, where we have members of parliament serving. And I think that we should come clean on this, lest the public may take us on as being complicit in these matters. So let's interrogate it and see whether or not we may not, subsequent to that, have to amend the Public Procurement Act which obligates the populating of certain entity tender committees by members of parliament. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much.
Yes, Minority Deputy Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make few comments on the motion on the floor. Mr. Speaker, I think it is high time members of Parliament took special interest in the reports of the Public Accounts Committee and to follow keenly matters relating to public accounts, referrals to public accounts, and accountability or oversight as a whole. So, Speaker, I have gone through the report. And if you look at page 5, an analysis of the 2017, 2018, and 2019 irregularities. Mr. Speaker, outstanding debtors or loans recoverable charges. Mr. Speaker, in 2017 alone, it was 11.8 billion. In 2018, it reduced to 1.8 billion. However, in 2019, it went back to 4.8 billion. And if you go inside the report, Mr. Speaker, there is even controversies or an argument surrounding some of these loans, which may affect the performance of some of those public institutions. Because a case in point is like this: the controversy surrounding about 26 million, which Bui Power Authority is saying that Gridco owns them. And Gridco is also saying that they do not own Bui Power Authority. So who owns that money and where is that money? Is it that once the two institutions are arguing about it, then that matter, if they are not able to resolve about the authenticity of that 26-point-something million, then that ends it? No. I think we need to probe further. Mr. Speaker, very disturbing is point 2, cash irregularities. Mr. Speaker, cash irregularities in 2017 was only 149.2 million Ghana cedis. However, in 2018, it increased from 149 million to 1 billion. Mr. Speaker, however, the total irregularities in 2017 and 2018, in 2017, total irregularities was 12 billion. In 2018, it reduced to only 3 billion. But out of these 3 billion, Mr. Speaker, 1 billion alone was for cash irregularities. The question is, why is it that when we are performing in most of the irregularities, for cash irregularities, we are underperforming? That one is increasing. Mr. Speaker, I think proper attention must be given to that. However, in 2018, cash irregularities reduced from 1 billion to 215. And it is my prayer that going forward, cash irregularities that figure should not increase again. But Mr. Speaker, another disturbing factor is contract irregularities. In 2017, it was only 60 million. In 2018, it increased to 94 million, from 16 to 94. However, total irregularities reduced in 2018. Contract irregularities move forward. Cash irregularities move forward. Then, Mr. Speaker, in 2019, however, it reduced to 87. But, Mr. Speaker, if you go to page 6, and the opening paragraph, these irregularities represent trade debtors, staff debtors, and outstanding loans. Trade debtors, staff debtors, and outstanding loans. Included in this figure is an amount of 3.6 billion loans granted by SNIT to other 16 related institutions who have defaulted in payment. Mr. Speaker, we will always be blaming SNIT. When SNIT give institutions loans, they find it very difficult to pay back. And we know the difficulties SNIT is facing. So, Mr. Speaker, we must do a follow-up to make sure that those 16 institutions pay back their outstanding to SNIT, for SNIT to be able to function very well. Then, Mr. Speaker, in page 9, stores irregularities. These irregularities include non-documentation of store items. Mr. Speaker, how can this be? Non-documentation of stores items. Assuming this were to be one's individual or private firm, will you go and do procurement and refuse to enter them into your store or take documentation of them? How can you track those items? But one disturbing thing there is that, Mr. Speaker, inadequate supervision and non-reconciliation of fuel purchases with fuel station records, included in the sum of 2.7 million, is an amount of 1 million Ghana cedis for abandoned equipment procured by Cocoa Research Institute between 2009 and 2012. Mr. Speaker, this culture of the state procuring equipment or procuring assets for the state and refusing to use them and allowing them to go, Mr. Speaker, without being used, then we keep on blaming people for irregularities. Whether irregularities or not irregularities, you are saying that that equipment is there, and the state has refused to use it. And Mr. Speaker, this is not the beginning of those things. I remember when we were not in this room. In 2000, when I was in the University of Ghana, we heard of the state procuring some vehicles, which were all parked at the local government institute, some Pajaro vehicles. Mr. Speaker, we allowed them to be there for over 20 years. I graduated from University of Ghana, did my private job, entered into politics, came to Parliament. After 20 years, the vehicles were sold. Did we do cost-benefit analysis? Did the state gain or did the state lose? And Mr. Speaker, if in 2012, between 2009 to 2012, an equipment was procured by the Cocoa Research Institute to be used for the benefit of the cocoa farmers, it has been abandoned from 2009 to 2012. Mr. Speaker, we are in 2022. Soon to enter 2023. It is not like that equipment was not bought. It was bought. Why are we not using it? Why are we allowing it to be there from 2009 to 2012 up to 2022? Over 10 years. Technology is changing. If care is not taken, that equipment may not be of good use now. Over 1 million Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker. And we are saying that Cocoa Board is indebted. Meanwhile, Cocoa Board has been able to procure items and Cocoa Board is not using them. Then very soon, charges will be leveled against somebody. This House passed what we call the plea bargaining law. Because even if there were procurement irregularities, the state can proceed to make use of that 1 million Ghana cedis equipment. And after everything is entered into, whether there were irregularities, then the state found a way, whether somebody will be surcharged to make some payment or refund some monies. But we can't allow it to go waste. Then, Mr. Speaker, another item is National Health Insurance Officer who receives state money and refused to pay them into the state authorities' account. And all the explanation given in this report is that he has run away. So that ends it. So once somebody takes state money and runs away, then the recommendation is that, the management should follow up and issue a court warrant and chase him. Mr. Speaker, time may not permit me. I know there are other people who may want to contribute, but the committee did a very good job, and the report must be carefully read, and we must take special interest in it. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, from Friday to yesterday, the Committee of Local Government was in East Legon, and we were taken through by Dr. Odrose about some of those irregularities and the way they are captured. Mr. Speaker, the audit service must go back into our laws. If there are deformities in the laws, they must be pointed out to us. All you are hearing is about 80 billion Ghana cedis or 30 billion Ghana cedis irregularities. There's somebody who will say, hey, if you have 30 billion Ghana cedis irregularities, then why are we going to IMF? On both sides, we do all those things. But if you go deep into those things, Mr. Speaker, you realize that it is not all of them that can come to this. The state must take its supervisory rules very seriously. The majority leader spoke about members of parliament who are representing us in entity committees. And he's doubting as to whether we can go and represent the entities in those committees. I think very soon we shall be coming to government. And I've already eyed which board I'm going to. Mr. Speaker, so if you say, on a very serious note, if you say members of parliament should not be members of entity boards, we did it in the last 8 years and went to opposition. And Mr. Speaker, your good self, you set a very good example. When you were asked to go and be Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, you refused it. You said you wanted to be a leader and members of parliament should not go into this. Mr. Speaker, so that is the constitution we have. Article 78 is clear. Being members of entity boards might not have too much problem on this. What the committee is talking of, management to be taking certain steps. So if you are saying members of parliament should not be members, belong to entity boards, then we should just decouple Article 78(1) and be free. But you can't be a minister and say you cannot be a member of entity board. At least members of parliament are ministers of state. So if you can be a minister of state, how can't you be a member of an entity board? But we must take our accountability issues very serious, because poor supervision is the cause of all this, if you read the report. And if it were to be our private job, I don't think those poor supervision is what would have been, the attention is what would have been given to our own. So, Speaker, with this comment, I thank you for the opportunity and ask for the whole House to adopt the report of the committee. And I congratulate the committee for a good job done. May God bless us all.
Well, honorable member, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that this House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, public boards, corporations, and other statutory institutions for the period ended 31st December 2019. Mr. Speaker, your committee looked at the reports of the boards, the other institutions, and one thing that ran throughout the entire report is the absence of effective control that we expect that persons who are placed in management positions should be able to exercise in these organizations. So you will note that if you look at page 5, you see the amounts that we are losing as a state because we are not ensuring that we do what is right in the management of the public funds. The one other thing that is that even in our tertiary institutions, we have an increasing phenomenon where staff of these institutions who are supported to go on steady leave with pay in the course of this exercise during the steady leave, they get paid, and at the end of the day, when we expect that they should get back, return to the system to support the development of this country through the human resource management aspects that they have control over, they don't come back. They don't come back. So that the state loses all those investments that have been made in them, and at the end of the day, we don't have the benefits that are associated with the training that we give to such people. For instance, page 25 of the report talks about the University of Health and Allied Sciences, where payments of salaries to some of the staff who were supposed to come back, those payments were made, but they resigned from these organizations, and for that matter, the state lost their services. Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, we lost an amount of 382,796.65 because of failure to serve bond after steady leave. And this is becoming an increasingly disturbing phenomenon. The committee examined even the technical universities, and that was also another issue that was observed. So the committee was looking at how we can strengthen the administrative regime such that those who go on steady leave and don't return to these institutions, we can have an effective way of getting them to pay back those monies that the state would have lost during their training. What we have in the system.
Honourable Member, just a minute. The First Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Yes, you may proceed, sir.
So what we have in the system is that when people are going on steady leave, they are made to execute a bond. And then when they abscond, we expect that the state should go after those who executed the bond in the name of those officers. But at the end of the day, the state does not take measures to ensure that these bonds are redeemed to be able to get those monies back into the state kitty. So that has become a major concern for the Public Accounts Committee, and for that matter, this country. Again, the system allows for people to enjoy double salaries, because enjoy double salaries, because when people go on either secondment or they move, rather than get the system to terminate those arrangements that they were working under, they don't have it that way. So what happens is that some of the staff are able to take double salaries, all to the detriment of the state. So I think that for this country, what we need to do is to ensure that we strengthen the control measures and make sure that those who are placed in management positions discharge their responsibilities to those organizations and, for that matter, to the states. If you are able to do that, then when we take a look at these reports, we will be able to reduce the infractions and the embezzlement and other things that are related to these public accounts. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader. Yes, the Speaker said he had granted you leave to make a contribution. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to add my voice to the issue at stake. First, let me commend the committee for a good job done. But, Mr. Speaker, oftentimes when these anomalies are brought to our attention, we are quick as a political class to politicize the issue. And I believe that is what is causing the country so much. The time has come for us to strengthen our oversight by looking at the system, the structures in place, and how we can deal with the loopholes. Technical people and civil servants and public servants get away with infractions because at the end of the day, the political class would be protecting them, quote unquote. Businessmen may get involved in certain activities, and because they know the political class will be fighting, they are home and dry. Mr. Speaker, the time has come for us to delve deeper and interrogate the issues that affect public finance. It's a real challenge. And if we continue to accuse each other, they will find a safe haven and get away with such rot. Merely because we are politically superintendent does not mean that we take ultimate responsibility and at the same time take responsibility for the road down there. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues that we should say never again to the politicization of the Auditor General's report. We should say never again. And deal with the specific issues. If at the committee we are dealing with, say, 2009 or 2010, and the MPP members think that, oh, that was the time we're in office, so let's protect and limit the questions on it. And if it is 2017, 2018, and NDC MPs on the committee think that this is the time to have a go at the government of the day, and then our side would want to say, let's protect. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, the problem will be there. So let's do away with the NDC MPP and look at the country. I'm not sure all of us are happy what is happening to our economy today. I'm not sure we are happy with that. But we as a political class have ourselves to blame, Mr. Speaker. We have ourselves to blame because we are quick in pointing fingers at the NDC and the MPP and forgetting at the rare rot down there. If we are in agreement that the time has come for us to look at the entire system of governance, then, Mr. Speaker, let's be proactive and call a spade right from today. I'm sure that should we do this, the country will benefit and prosperity will be kind to us. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Very well. At the conclusion of the debate, the questions, all in favor of the House adopting the report, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The report of the Public Accounts Committee on the Auditor General's report of the Public Boards Cooperative Institution for the period ending 31st December 2019 is hereby adopted. Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
Speaker, I think we are ready to start with the debate now, and hence we can take item 7. On the order paper, it's not numbered though, but the item below it, item 8, I guess the one above it is 7. So on our side, we'll start with Dr. Nana Ayew, beginning on our side. Mr. Speaker, we have duly submitted the list as discussed.
But I have 2 lists with different numbers. One has 6 on it, the other has 8 debaters. The majority have submitted a list of 6. The minority have submitted a list of 8. Very well, we'll proceed. We'll start with the Honorable Dr. Ayew Afriye, member for Fijase Asokore.
Yeah, thank you very much. Right, Honorable Speaker. As I take my turn to debate the principles with regards to the health sector presentation in the budget. Mr. Speaker, the budget touched on what we say is the building blocks of the health systems. As recommended by the WHO. The Speaker, every budget, as far as the health sector is concerned, would have to be on the foundation of 6 pillars. You need to speak on issues that borders on leadership and governance. You need to speak on issues that borders on health sector finance. You need to speak on issues that borders on health workforce. You need to touch base on infrastructure. You need to touch base also on essential medicines and also health information management. Mr. Speaker, the budget as it was primarily touched on these building blocks. And that to me shows that it's a case in the right direction and a budget that actually influences the lives of the people. Mr. Speaker, I would want to acknowledge saying that governance and leadership, we are in safe hands as far as the various agencies are concerned, and then also provided with leadership from the Ministry of Health. We are in safe hands. All the various agencies have performed very well in the midst of difficulty. We have used innovations to walk ourselves out through difficulty, and they have made growth and enhance satisfaction because of the performance indicators from these respective agencies. And therefore I say that the budget touched base with governance and leadership with regards to health systems, and we are doing good. The Speaker, with regards to health finance, Ghana is no exception. The global economic crisis has its effect or its impact in our local economy. And for that matter, there is going to be its effect on healthcare financing. Mr. Speaker, there is a correlation between the well-being of the people and health financing. Indeed, I would admit that when there is impoverished allocation of resources in the health sector, then obviously there will be some challenges with regards to the health and the well-being of the people. As I've admitted to the fact that there will be challenges with this, so would I say that the various agencies are working us through innovations and we are making progress. If we talk about health finance, the NHIA, in the midst of difficulty using the mobile renewable system, has improved on renewals of Ghanaians, and overall, the subscription has increased to almost over 15 million. And that's about half of the population of the country. And it is commendable. Mr. Speaker, I know the NHIA is going to be in strong difficulty because in as much as the economy is hit hard, so would they also be hit hard. Providers will have higher expectation. Prices are on the high. No consumables in the health sector are manufactured in this country. All of them are imported. Mr. Speaker, there is difficulty ahead with regards to healthcare financing. The difficulty is at the doorstep of the NHIA. However, with the satisfaction as I speak now, I will say they are also in the midst of the difficulty trying to add on the scope of healthcare services, family planning services, adding on cancer, dialysis. There is supposed to be a national discourse of how you see all this thing being financed. It's a difficulty. It's a difficult one. But I have a strong belief that as much as they are delivering, if we work that part and releases are given to them spot on, then we will be in the right direction, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, times are hard, so I'll speak it as it is. There is hope in the budget. There is hope because they are putting blocks on the way that when releases follow alongside, then the Ghanaian and the provider should be smiling. Mr. Speaker, with regards to health infrastructure, this government has set its own record, has beaten its own record between 2000 and 2008, and they are setting a new one with regards to the provision of primary healthcare services. Mr. Speaker, they are touching base in almost every region because people matter and every region matters.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, if you go to the Western region, near completion, one district hospital and 5 other clinics, Akontombra, Bogoso, Elubo, Isiaem, Impoho, and all of them. These are primary healthcare projects. These are projects at the grassroots level. And that would, when completed, would enhance access and would touch base to the hearts of the ordinary Ghanaian wherever they are. And that's the Western region. In the Central region, the Cape Coast Teaching Hospital is seeing expansion. And also the Accident and Emergency Center as well is seeing huge investments, which is going to help the Central region. Mr. Speaker, in the Eastern region, maternally I'm from Ashanti region, paternally I'm from Ampoikwape. So in the Eastern region, if you see Tetekwashi as we speak, Mr. Speaker, it's a lot of investment in there, but the people of Eastern region are happy. Not only that, you go to Etibie, you go to Kibi, you go to Ebri, Koforidua. The Eastern region is happy with also getting its fair share with allocations as far as the health sector is concerned. Mr. Speaker, the Greater Accra region too, that hosts all of us, the Rich Hospital, is seeing an uplift with the feasibility studies on course. If it's successful, then the phase 2 of its expansion work would have to be, we'll see the day of light, hopefully. Mr. Speaker, then we will dovetail into Agenda 111. Mr. Speaker, this project, when successful, would improve on access to health care. would provide a lot of employment. We don't have to be pessimistic. We need to be optimistic. Ambitious as it is, it's a legacy for the country because of COVID. A force majeure, an external force that came, devastated the system. Regardless of whatever that happened in COVID, a legacy to be left in the country in future is all these hospitals. Frankly, I will not say that all the 111 and 7 regional hospitals and 2 psychiatric hospitals could be finished in 2024. It does not make sense. However, it makes sense to say that 89 of them have started. If in 2 years, if 30 of them are completed, it is a legacy. If the MPP inherits itself as it will, then it will see to the day of light that one day all these districts will have all of them. If governments go to any other regime, so be it. It is a legacy. Rich Hospital was started under the NDC. Phase 2 is being enhanced under the MPP. This is continuity as far as the health sector is concerned. And therefore, let not politicize Agenda 111 as if its completion or its inability to be executed inure to the benefit of either an MPP or an NDC. It is a legacy. And no regime can finish this within 4 years. It will not make sense. However, what is important is that you start it and have the will that you can complete it and have a feeling that you are serving Ghanaians and there's a legacy you are providing for them, Shani, because you did politics with it. Mr. Speaker, 89 of them have been started. Some of them have issues with land acquisition. Some of them have issue with topography. And some of them, they are redesigning all of them. So if in 4 years, Agenda 111, we are done with 20 or 30 or 40, I mean, this is not to be politicized. It's better than none. And that's progress. Mr. Speaker, with regard to health workforce, I like the innovation in the system whereby we are looking at producing some more Ghanaians to go to elsewhere as brand ambassadors, provide health care, make some money, increase foreign remittances to the country, just like the Philippines and the rest of them have done. They've sold themselves. In West Africa, many countries bring their children, many people who can afford bring their children to Ghana to educate them in the health training institutions. And therefore, if we can produce and export, then that is good. There is hope in the budget where it's talking about signing a contract with the British government so Ghanaians could be able to go there. That is good, because years ago some of us were in the business of stuff like this and it was helping families. We stopped because they said there was a provision between DFID and government that you don't have to export and even advertise. And if this barrier is broken, it would create a lot of health agencies that would see to export, that will show our name, that will bring money to families, that will add on knowledge to Ghanaians to acquire and to bring it back home. This is extremely laudable. And therefore, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's government has to be praised as such. Mr. Speaker, with regards to health service delivery, Mr. Speaker, the number of deaths in this country from non-communicable diseases is a huge burden. Though we are worried about COVID, we've made progress with HIV as I speak. Mr. Speaker, HIV rates from 2016 from 2% as a prevalence rate has reduced to about 1.6%, and it's expected that in 2025 it will be 1.5%. It's progress. However, in as much as we worried about the HIV, in as much as COVID, we have done well. As we speak now, the positivity rate of COVID is 6.8, active cases is 23, and free tests that has been invested by government is about 3 million. This is what the president said. We can rebuild the economy. In any case, we are struggling with the economy anyway because of external factors, and that is true. But life lost, we cannot get lives back. And because we can't have lives back, it is good, as we speak, to say that in the South region with COVID, we invested a lot than any other country, and proved to me any country that was able to do free testing more than 400,000. I have researched and researched and researched. No country in the South region. But Ghana has done close to 3 million free testing. It was free. Free water, free health, free this. But we are paying for it. High debt burden on us, external shocks, and we are struggling. It's not easy. It's not easy for me. It's not easy for my constituents, and it's not easy for anyone. But I believe Nana Akufo-Addo and the MPP that they have the wherewithal and they have all it takes to work us through if only we are sincere to Ghanaians. That times are hard, and indeed times are hard. Mr. Speaker, I will continue to say the disease burden now is more shifted from the infections
we have 1 more minute.
to non-communicable diseases. The hypertensions, the diabetes, and the rest of them. So this budget is saying that Ghana Health Service is moving in that direction to provide hope in terms of non-communicable diseases and also geriatric care. That is the aging people, because of life expectancy appears to have increased. They want to provide good health for people who are grown. So veterans and retirees will have good health. This is a source of hope for Ghanaians. And Mr. Speaker, I'm happy with the budget. Mr. Speaker, thank you for letting me know that I have about a few seconds to wrap up. But indeed, this budget is very hopeful and it's very sincere. That times are hard, but in the midst of scarce resources, we are going to walk through with innovation, with tough decisions, but we'll get there. I thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to add mine to this debate. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Honorable Member for Ho West, Emmanuel Beja.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to add my voice to the budget, for the debate of the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, how are we looking at the works and housing and its water resources sanitation sector? Mr. Speaker, glancing through this budget, I must admit that this is the first time in the history of this country that a budget has been presented to us and you cannot see the head and tail of the budget when it comes to infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, last year, or this year's budget, which was presented last year, gave us some hope as Ghanaians that we will see some development in the area of housing, works, and water resources. But looking at this year's budget, the implementation of this year's budget, and next year's budget, Mr. Speaker, I have lost hope in the budget. I don't know whether it's going to take our prayers to resuscitate this economy and get development on track, or we have to fold our hands and give up. Mr. Speaker, the 2023 budget, paragraphs 6, 7, 9, which has to do with water project, a Stradbroke water project, which was started in 2013, was supposed to be completed way back, the third phase. Mr. Speaker, this year's budget, or 2023 budget, we have the minister coming back to this house to state that, Mr. Speaker, the 5 district water supply scheme in the Volta region, phase 3, also known as the Stradbroke water project, is 95% complete. The project is a multi-district water supply system designed to serve 5 districts in the Volta region, namely Adaklu-Anyigbe, Agoti-Meziope, Central Town, Whole West, North Town district. When fully completed, Mr. Speaker, 424 communities with a population of over 234,000 will benefit. Mr. Speaker, then I look at this year's 2022 budget with the same copy and paste but different figures. And I ask myself, are we in this country? Paragraph 846 of this year's budget, 2022 budget. And I want to read, Mr. Speaker. He says, paragraph 846, the scope of the 5 district water supply project, phase 3, includes the completion of the distribution network of areas already connected to the transmission mains of the water treatment plant. Constructed under phase 1 and 2, which was done from 2013 to date. The project will cover 183, not 2 as stated, not 183 and not the 424 communities. So I ask myself, this 2023 budget and that of 2022 budget, which one do I rely on? Confusion, Mr. Speaker. You just stated in this year's 2022 budget that these communities will be completed and people will benefit. 183 communities is expected to benefit, and about 222,000 people in Adaklu, Agoti-Meziope, Central Town, Whole West, North Town district. A value for money analysis was undertaken, and then today a new budget has come and the figures has changed. So which one do I take? Is it this year's own or last year's own? Mr. Speaker, that is not only the confusion that I've seen. Even when we are copying and pasting, make sure that you do it correctly. Because we know part of it is in my constituency, and I haven't seen any work in my constituency. The Stradbroke project has not yet started in my constituency, but it will be completed in 2013. Once in 2022, you stated that it will be completed. You just copy and paste. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 680 of 2023 budget also talks about another project called Aqua Africa. We were in this house and we approved the Aqua Africa water project in the year 2017, expecting that by now the project will be completed. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, the Aqua Africa project has not started. And then I found out in 2023 budget again, the same page, paragraph 680, that, Mr. Speaker, the rural communities and some towns, small towns water project also known as the Aqua Water Project, is ongoing. So I ask myself, where? Ongoing where? The project will undertake the installation of 150 nano filtration plant and construction of 12 small town water systems. Installation of some of the nano filtration plant are in progress. The construction of small town water system will commence in 2013. So this is the budget that has been presented to the good people of Ghana. Funding that has been approved since 2017, and we are still crawling, and we are still saying that it will be completed in 2023. So I ask myself, who are we deceiving? Why do we keep repeating things that we know we cannot do? And that Nano Aqua Africa project, where is the money that we approve of it? I think the Committee of Western Housing should take it up seriously to find out where this money has gone. I've left the water sector because there are so many, discrepancies in the water sector. But I'll move to sanitation. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 684 of this year's budget, of next year's budget, that's 2023 budget, states, Mr. Speaker, the ministry under the Greater Accra Resilient and Integrated Development, GARIC project, is constructing an engineered sanitary landfill and material recovery facility in the Ga West municipality. Detailed engineering design and environmental and social impact assessment is ongoing. In addition, fencing of land for the construction of the transfer station in the Ga East municipality is ongoing, and contractors selected to undertake the capping of the dam site at Abokobi. Mr. Speaker, I beg that you go back to this year's budget, paragraph 848. Paragraph 848. I just read from paragraph 684 of 2023 budget. Now you come to paragraph 848 of 2022 budget, Mr. Speaker, under the Greater Accra Resilient and Integrated Development GARIC project, the ministry is constructing an engineered sanitary landfill, a material recovery facility in the Ga West municipality. In addition, a waste transfer station will be constructed at Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, and a dam site at Abokobi, Abrajiri, will be capped. A fence will be constructed along the Odo. Mr. Speaker, word for word. This same word in 2022 budget, 2023 budget, the same word for word. So I ask myself, who are we deceiving? If you know you cannot do it in 2022, just tell Ghanaians that it cannot be done. GARIC project is a facility. There is a facility that we approved from the World Bank, and we cannot account for it in 2022. Then you are repeating the same word for word in 2023. Oh my God. Where are we going? So when I said that I've lost hope, in fact, I could continue even to the west and housing. When it comes to drainage, when it comes to housing, it is the same mess up. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you so much for the opportunity. But let me add that I am so much confused. Either to believe in ourselves as Ghanaians, or to believe that we, the political elite, are deceiving the people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister for Health, Honorable Gwekwe Menu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I will concentrate on the health sector. I will concentrate on the health sector, and I will politely request all my colleagues and urge them on to approve the statement that was presented to us by the Honorable Finance Minister because of what is entailed in the health sector. Mr. Speaker, I think this budget is very, very, very good for our health. And as you know, health is life. Mr. Speaker, after COVID, we saw what we were exposed to. And government made conscious efforts to try to strengthen the health sector and build the new things that will enable us to provide and deliver equitable quality health service across the country. What is contained in this budget actually supports that government's resolve that we work hard to ensure that we can meet any future endemic or even pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the budget underlines our resolve to continue with all our infrastructure projects that were started before and even during COVID. And some monetary provisions have actually been made for this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are building infrastructure across the country, even aside Agenda 111. Projects that we started during COVID, all of them are nearing completion. I wouldn't want to mention a lot of them, but we are just about completing Fomina. We are completing Kumau. We are working so hard and advancing with the old 44-year-old Konfanochi Teaching Hospital maternity block. As I speak, contractors have moved to site, and we are trying to refurbish the old maternity block in Kolebu. We are working so hard to also begin work on the surgical block, also in Kolebu. We now have contractors seriously on site trying to resurrect Kolebu and bring it back to its fame by putting in a nephrology and a nephrology center to help us with healthcare delivery. Mr. Speaker, we are aware that our case burdens are moving away from infectious to non-communicable diseases, and we are working hard to meet that challenge. We are trying to set up cancer centers where we will treat various forms of cancers. As part of our universal health coverage, we are looking at strategic partnerships, and we are collaborating with some pharmaceutical companies to enable us to put onto our health insurance essential medicines list some very expensive medicines to treat some cancers, such that we can have access to medicines for our patients. Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding, let me mention the fact that Ghana has been assessed as one of the 2 countries that got it right to fight COVID. We are only 2 countries, Ghana and South Korea. And as we speak now, our COVID case count, active cases, just around 23. Last week, around late November 26th, we had even 21 cases. But that doesn't mean that COVID is away. We still have our vaccines. We still mount vaccination campaigns, and we are doing the best that we can to ensure that we don't get the type of lockdowns, the type of waves that cause a lot of misery to our economy and the outcomes that we are facing today. Mr. Speaker, we are using technology and innovation to do healthcare. And as I speak, Ghana has the largest drone delivery services for medicines and vaccines across the globe. We already set up 4 centers. We have added 2 more, and we are covering close to about 90% of coverage for the landmass of Ghana
such that in any emergency, we can fly and distribute vaccines and emergency medicines. Mr. Speaker, Gavi has written to me for me to inform the President and the country how happy they are with their routine immunization performance. In the midst of COVID, immediately after that, Ghana has recorded 98% coverage for immunization, meaning that almost all our children are getting vaccines to combat routine diseases that afflict children, which are diseases that cannot affect children when they are immunized. Mr. Speaker, apart from these, there are several other things that the budget is going to help us do. I've mentioned completion of our hospitals. There are several of them I cannot count. We will soon even commission one at Akontomra. We'll commission one at Aburi. We'll commission one at Mampo. We'll commission one at Zebila. Several more I cannot mention. But that aside, we are also implementing our policies that we have done. And these are going to be done with certain resources that we think the budget will help us find to do what we are supposed to do. We did the antimicrobial resistance policy some time back. Because of funding, we haven't been very aggressive in implementing the policy. Now, 2023, 2022, going to 2023, we are mounting very serious campaign to do the advocacy that we need to do for antimicrobial resistance policy implementation. We completed food safety policy this year, and we have plans ahead to do massive campaigns to try to also implement the food safety policy. For HR, Mr. Speaker, we have trained and we continue to train adequate numbers to support us. The challenges we have is how we can distribute these young people we have trained to all parts of the country. We are developing a policy, and we believe that this budget will help us support that policy to ensure that we can send people away from the big cities where everybody wants to be. Mr. Speaker, as you are aware, we started sending nurses outside on bilateral basis. And the agreement with Barbados has sent a second cohort of nurses to Barbados. Mr. Speaker, why would they come for more? Now in Barbados, what we hear is the fact that patients are requesting for Ghanaian nurses to be on their bedsides. And I think that is a plus for us. We are engaging with the government of the United Kingdom, and we are just about signing a memorandum of agreement after cabinet approval to begin to send nurses, even the certificate nurses, to go for training and work there and come back home after 3 years. And out of these nurses, Ghana is going to benefit from some little money that the UK government will pass on. For every single nurse that goes away, when we finish the agreement, it's likely we'll get over £1,000 to come back to support our health system strengthening. Mr. Speaker, we are doing a lot of things. And by virtue of our collaboration with Gavi, the Global Vaccine Alliance people, God willing, next year, we may introduce a vaccine for malaria. And that will also help us stop the type of challenge we have with malaria case burdens across our country. Already, fatalities with malaria infections are going down, and we believe that with the vaccines, we will have a lot more resilience and immunity against vaccines in our children. I've mentioned the drones, and we are now talking about essential medicines in our facilities. Mr. Speaker, the collaboration that I was talking about, we have global pharmaceutical companies that are supporting us to provide very expensive medicines a bit cheaply in our country, and our people have started benefiting from this. Mr. Speaker, you are aware again that we will soon move into a second consideration stage of the establishment of the bill that seeks to establish our vaccine institute. That is going to help us manufacture and distribute vaccines in our country. In that respect, we already have got WHO maturity level 3 for our FDA laboratories, and we are working very hard to achieve maturity level 4 to enable us pass our vaccines that we will produce in country. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot more that I may need to actually continue to expand on. But the bottom line is that for health, I would say this is a very good budget for us. And for the general economy, I would say this is a very good budget for us. Mr. Speaker, it is true that COVID impacted on us so negatively. But one good thing that we got from COVID and investments that were put into health, without COVID, we may not have seen that. Mr. Speaker, when COVID hit us on the 12th of March 2020, there were only 2 laboratories that could test for COVID on the PCR system. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, we have search centers, close to about 56 in our country, so that we don't carry samples across the country and then come and queue in Noguchi and KCCR Kumasi. Now, close to 56 places can test PCR for COVID and other infectious diseases. Mr. Speaker, that is a plus on the part of government, and that is one good news with which COVID funds were actually utilized. Mr. Speaker, that is not the only thing. Apart from this benefit from COVID, it looks like we have actually strengthened the system to the extent that we never had a single refrigerator that could store ultra-cold temperature vaccines. Today, we have installed a lot, and we can actually stock close to over 3 million such vaccines in our stocks in Kolebu and some of the regional capitals. So, Mr. Speaker, we have strengthened our cold chain equipment. We have strengthened a lot of facilities. We have built a lot of infectious disease centers that are going to be done. And soon, Mr. Speaker, we will bring to Parliament a bill that will seek to actually establish a CDC gather that will get us ready for any epidemic that will come, instead of waiting for the diseases to hit us before we begin to prepare. But we will need more funds, Mr. Speaker. And I believe Parliament will support us to go into that direction. Mr. Speaker, I think I want to end here and thank you very much and my colleagues so much for allowing us to create a budget line item to support our drone delivery services that we have introduced, which is also giving us a good big mark in our healthcare delivery. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Andrew Dari Chiwite, Sola Tunakawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to speak to the motion that this Honourable House approves the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2023. Mr. Speaker, while thanking you for the opportunity, let me use this time to make the government of President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia aware that Ghanaians are indeed struggling to survive. Not only financially, but Mr. Speaker, regarding the areas I'm going to speak to, sanitation and water resources and housing as well. Mr. Speaker, it is shocking that this government continues to talk plenty without acting. When my senior colleague was debating, he regretted so much that 2021-2022 budget have been repeated in 2023. It's all because this government continues to talk plenty without acting. Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to paragraph 674 of the 2023 budget. It talks about the government continues to monitor the turbidity of water for Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, but government failed to tell Ghanaians that they have failed in fighting galamsey in order for Ghanaians to have clean water to drink. Mr. Speaker, in March 2014, that was 28th March, the former president, President John Dramani Mahama, built and commissioned a water system in Chebi for the good people of Chebi to have clean water. Mr. Speaker, what has Akufo-Addo and Bawumia done to the people of Chebi? As we speak, they have failed to indicate the turbidity level of the brim water in Chebi, which has caused the Ghana Water Company to close down the water system. For some time, Mr. Speaker, President Akufo-Addo's hometown people do not have clean water to drink because the brim water, the turbidity level is over 3,000. And so the water system has been shut down. In the 2022 budget, government stated clearly the levels of the turbidity in our waters in Ghana. But because they have failed woefully, they have refused to state the levels as captured in the 2023 budget. Mr. Speaker, it's a pity that we have a government that speaks so much. I still remember vividly when the Vice President in 2016 stated that 2 years into the Akufo-Addo government, there will not be a single community in Ghana that has water or toilet problem. Mr. Speaker, let us wake up Dr. Bawumia if he's asleep and make him aware that he is 7 years old in government, but we still have so many villages, Mr. Speaker, without water. We still have so many villages without toilets. Mr. Speaker,
hold on. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, my colleague on the other side is making a good statement, but he's quoting Dr. Bawumia to have said something. Mr. Speaker, this is a House of Records. I shall be grateful if she can produce such here. Other than that, it should be expunged. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable. Which document did you quote from?
Mr. Speaker, what Dr. Bawumia said is public knowledge. And President Akufo-Addo also stated clearly.
Are you quoting him or you're quoting a newspaper publication? What's your source?
Mr. Speaker, I am not holding a document, but I am paraphrasing what Dr. Bawumia said whilst he was campaigning. And Mr. Speaker, if
can they move away from personalizing it? Whatever is the statement, please.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. But you see, people do not want us to talk about Dr. Bawumia. But Mr. Speaker, for my 6 years in Parliament, the past years, Dr. Bawumia has always sat here. He will not once smile to the finance minister present the budget. Because this year's budget has been so empty, he could not sit in front here to chair the finance minister up.
That is all his contribution. Go on.
Mr. Speaker, I have a lot to say. And I am saying what I have to say, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2023 budget has not given us hope regarding how Ghanaians will be served with clean water to drink. 2022, we expected a number of water systems to be contracted. Mr. Speaker, as I speak with you, I filed a question to the ministry requesting for the total number of boreholes and water systems built, their locations, Mr. Speaker. The ministry failed to tell us where they sank boreholes, where they built water systems. This is a failed government, Mr. Speaker, and we must tell it to them that they have failed Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, we are almost in 2023. I represent the people of Soratuna Kalva. I have not witnessed a single borehole sunk by the assembly or by the government. I will continue to talk about Mr. Bawumia because Mr. Bawumia came to my constituency just 2 months ago, struggling to commission a water system constructed by a private person. Why won't I talk about Bawumia when he is the leader of the economic management team? He chaired the production of this budget. And so when we are speaking to the budget, you should allow us to talk about the management team leader. Mr. Speaker, it's like members of parliament on this side do not want to hear us talk about President Akufo-Addo and Mr. Bawumia. Meanwhile, they are the ones who are governing the nation now. what do you mean by a budget? A budget, all these informations are captured in the budget if you do not know. The budget was supposed to tell us how many water systems we'll be building for Ghana. The budget was supposed to indicate the levels of water stability. They failed to do it. And so if I'm speaking to this, you should not direct me to speak to the budget. I am speaking to it if you care to know. Mr. Speaker, it is shocking. It is shocking that this budget has failed to talk about the settlement housing project. This budget has failed to tell Ghanaians clearly how they are going to lead us into 2023, 2024, how they are going to deal with the problems of the housing sector. Mr. Speaker, the previous government built 1,506 housing units. When this government came in 2017, 2018, they clearly stated that they were going to continue with the project. Mr. Speaker, kindly let me refer you to the 2022 budget, where the government clearly stated, paragraph 861, Mr. Speaker, if you may permit me, that the ministry, in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance, is considering available options for the completion of the Saglema affordable housing project. The ministry emphasized that work will resume on the 1,502 housing units under phase 1 of the project. In fact, they are supposed to be 1,506, not 1,502. Mr. Speaker, this was contained in the 2022 budget. The 2023 budget is silent about it, just because this government has decided to sell out the housing project. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, the committee met the sector minister. This document was provided, and he clearly indicated that government is considering selling out the housing project. Mr. Speaker, if President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia could not complete the Saglema housing project for Ghanaians to occupy, they have no moral right to sell out that project. And I want to take this opportunity to send a message clearly to President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia that the Saglema housing project is not for sale. It's not on sale and they must not sell it. Mr. Speaker, I thought this budget would have indicated the way forward as we go into 2023, how the government is going to subsidize building materials for the people of Ghana to own their own houses. At the beginning of this year, Mr. Speaker, a bag of cement was costing between 37,000 and 37 cedis and 40 cedis. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, a bag of cement is 95 Ghana cedis. 95 Ghana cedis. That is even in Accra. Up north, elsewhere, a bag of cement is going for 110 and 120 Ghana cedis. The budget has failed to indicate how they will solve these problems. Mr. Speaker, plywood, just a single plywood, at the beginning of this year was costing 25 Ghana cedis. As we speak, a single plywood is going for 65 Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, iron rod, as at the beginning of this year, we had a ton of iron rod going for 3,300. Today, 1 ton of iron rod is 9,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia have not seen anything wrong with this. Only for them to go ahead and tell us that they want to sell Saglema housing project when they are not able to come out with policies that will bring down the prices of these building materials. Mr. Speaker, can we also advise the Western Housing Ministry to start also selling sand, iron rods, roofing sheets, roofing nails at the ministry like the agri minister is doing?
Kindly wind up. You've exceeded your time.
But let me conclude by thanking you and also asking that the Western Housing Ministry, if it is a policy of the government that ministry should start doing business, then the Western Housing Ministry should also start selling sand, iron rods.
Honorable Sylvester Tete.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to call on the House to approve the government policy statement for the year ending 31st December 2023. Mr. Speaker, indeed, the budget statement has provided a policy direction as to how Ghana, as any other country, will recover. This is a policy statement that will help us in our recovery journey to bring back our economy back to life. As the President indicated, that indeed we cannot bring back life, but we can bring back an ailing or dead economy. If you look at paragraph 19 of the budget statement, Mr. Speaker, there are 7 pointers or the premise on which this budget policy statement is based on. Mr. Speaker, I'll be speaking on the communication subsector of the economy, and it's refreshing to state that all the sectors of this economy and the recovery process is based on communication and digitalization, that we have to take it serious. And indeed, the ministry has done remarkably well in placing a firm foundation for our recovery process. Mr. Speaker, from revenue mobilization to expenditure control, and of course, to boost productivity and ensure that this economy grows, all is based on digitalization and communication. The Ministry of Communication, over the last year, 2022, has undertaken a number of interventions to ensure that this economy is placed properly for development of our country. Mr. Speaker, the ministry in 2022, through GIFEC, had constructed 1,030 mobile telephony sites that has benefited a total of 1,353 communities in 2022. Mr. Speaker, in 2023 budget policy statement, the ministry will go ahead to ensure that about 4,000 communities will benefit through construction of 700 cell sites to ensure that rural telephony and digital inclusion is enhanced in 2023. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the contribution of the communication subsector to this economy, Mr. Speaker, one of the key things that the ministry has done and will continue to do as a way of policy is to ensure that the girl child is not left behind the ICT inclusion. That is why the ICT project targeted at training 3,000 young girls in a basic school education in this country, Mr. Speaker. Out of these 3,000 people, in 2023, the ministry is targeting to scale up this to 100,000 young people to ensure digital inclusion and training in ICT center for our country. Mr. Speaker, specifically if you go to paragraph 718 of the 2023 budget, Mr. Speaker, permit me to read. It says that as part of effort towards achieving Goal 4 of UN Sustainable Development Goals, ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all, government established 1,030 ICT labs for 80 senior secondary schools, 947 junior secondary schools, and 3 nursing colleges to serve as access points, providing ICT services to more than 240,000 students under the school connectivity program. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, government will equip 120 additional schools, 40 senior secondary schools, 80 basic schools with ICT laboratories. Special consideration will be given to schools of the 2022 winners of Girls in ICT program. Mr. Speaker, this is an innovation to ensure that our girl child is not left behind. This digital education will ensure that our country or the young ones are carried along with an area of ICT. Mr. Speaker, under the Information Ministry, the Ministry of Information has undertaken a number of activities by holding town hall meetings to educate people on the budget. And then the key program initiated by the regional minister of Greater Accra, Operation Clean Your Front Page. The Ministry of Information had taken keen interest and had worked so well, and in 2023, they will be scaling up social intervention programs in the way of education. One of the key things the ministry will be doing going forward in 2023 is to ensure that misinformation and disinformation in our body politics or in Ghana is done away with. And we call on members of parliament to approve this policy and ensure we keenly participate in this process to ensure disinformation and misinformation. The Ministry of Communication, again, Mr. Speaker, a very important policy of SIM card re-registration that has a potential to reduce fraud in business transactions that has characterized our businesses and the space over time. And I think we commend the ministry for taking the bold decision to ensure that everybody re-registers your SIM card. And we believe that it will reduce the incidence of fraud. When you go to the police headquarters to look at the data on fraud being perpetrated by the use of a powerful tool called a SIM card, it's something that we should all be worried about. And I'm happy that the ministry are taking the giant step to ensure that we get our SIM card re-registered. Mr. Speaker, in the fiber optic backbone of this country, much work has been done to improve the fiber optic backbone to ensure that the smart workplace is enhanced so that our MMDAs will continue to enjoy seamless and smooth operation. When COVID broke, we fell on the Ministry of Communication to ensure that we have a smart workplace that people can work remotely to ensure that this country continue to run. That is why I've made on many occasions that call that our national service personnel should also be encouraged to use technology to work from home to ensure that the cost of living today that has gone up, the stipends that we pay our national service personnel will not be able to take them to work for the entire 26 days of working days in doing their national service. We should encourage that we use technology to ensure that our national service personnel get the necessary support to work. Mr. Speaker, if you look at 2023 and then beyond, what this government is seeking to do is to improve our revenue mobilization. There is no way and nowhere in the world that the necessary revenue targeted by government can be enhanced or the target will be achieved when technology is not deployed. That is why we must support every digitalization effort by government to ensure that we eliminate the human intervention in our revenue mobilization, and the controls of government expenditure should also be driven by technology. And I believe that Ghana has enough capacity, and we are able, if we are able to do that, definitely we'll be able to ensure that we get the necessary revenue for government businesses. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 723 of the budget, 724 of the budget, Mr. Speaker, a key and important message is there for the good people of this country about the Cyber Security Authority, Mr. Speaker. In 2022, we developed a draft framework for licensing cyber security operators and developed framework for accreditation for sectorial computer emergency response teams. These are very important things that we might think that is just in a budget for being in a budget state. All over the world, if we don't give certifications to people in this space, obviously, Mr. Speaker, we won't be able to control. And I'm happy to say that there's much improvement in the fight against crime in the space of the cyber security. And Ghana has been one of the first countries in the sub-Saharan Africa, or perhaps in the world, to have implemented the cyber security law, and we are making progress in that regard. Mr. Speaker, I think that when you look at paragraph 725, Mr. Speaker, as part of government effort at digitizing information, the ministry through the National Information Technology Agency, NITA, enrolled 43 MDAs and 47 MMDAs onto the smart workplace in 2022. That is remarkable. And Mr. Speaker, a total of 469 MDAs and MMDAs were signed on to the smart workplace. Additionally, a mobile app was integrated onto the Ghana Gov platform to improve citizen-to-government engagement. And this has harmonized all government online payment platforms onto a digital payment service. I think that this particular service can be extended to members of parliament to have a seamless interaction with our constituents, even as we work in Accra. So, Minister for Communication, do well and extend this service not only to the MMDAs, but of course, our members of parliament can equally take advantage of this opportunity to interact with our constituents whilst we work in Accra here.
Honourable Member, your time is up, so kindly wind up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be landing very soon. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that the ministry has done so well, and in looking at all the things we put in place, if members of parliament will support this budget, policy statement, and of course, accompanying estimates for appropriation, this country will never be the same, and our recovery will be sooner than we all anticipate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable ABA Fuzeni, Sanaribu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want to premise my presentation with a swipe on the economy first before I go to publications. Mr. Speaker, if a man cannot carry twigs and you add logs onto his load as a panacea to the problem, you either are clueless in deciphering the solution to the problem, or you are wicked, you want to kill that person. Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely no doubt in the minds of all of us, and as representatives of the people of this country, we have a bounden duty to rise to the defense of the increasing levels of poverty being imposed on our people and the excruciating hardship and suffering they are undergoing. The last thing we should be seeking to do, Mr. Speaker, is to add logs to their already overburdened load, to add more taxes and more suffering to them. Posterity will judge us. The country is watching and judging us, and as people, we must stand up in defense of our people. So those additional items of increased VAT, increasing income tax that are imposed on our people, removal of threshold on the Momo and others, is going to create further hardship to our people. And I want to make a clarion call to all of us here to rise up and do something about it. Mr. Speaker, they say that the evidence of the sweetness of a pudding is not in the aroma it admits, but it's in the actual eating. The real issues of the management of the economy vis-a-vis the impact it has on the lives of our people is clear. Mr. Speaker, before your distinguished self last year, I brought before this house, at that time, a bowl of keke. Mr. Speaker, this bowl of keke, even though it has even suffered some koshoko, but was 2 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, today is 4 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this fish, which I brought the same size last year, was 6 cedis. Mr. Speaker, this one is 12 Ghana cedis. This keke and this fish alone. Mr. Speaker, what that tells you.
Member, for the record, at which location?
I will tender them in at Abraka. I will send you there.
I said, at which location in Ghana did you buy
the Abraka KK house? I will send you there, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry?
At Abraka KK house.
At Abraka KK house. Very well.
Mr. Speaker, it is abundantly clear that through the crass incompetence of this government, especially the economic management team and the Minister for Finance, this economy has been run into a ditch. And no wonder I am making a clarion call again to the group of 98, our colleagues on the other side, who have gotten up to ensure that the Finance Minister is shown the door for his disastrous performance. They should rise up and do the needful. Mr. Speaker, I told my very good friend and Apia Kubi that they have taken hold of a tiger's tail. When you hold a tiger's tail, you don't leave it again. You must bring the tiger down. Otherwise, if you leave it, it will devour you. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the issue that confronts us. Mr. Speaker, let me delve into the communication sector. Without that, Mr. Speaker, the communication sector is one of the sectors that is like a cash cow for this country. The operation of the MNOs alone yields the country billions of Ghana cedis. In fact, in the last year alone, the operations and the revenues and the taxes paid by MNOs amounted to over 4 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, MTN alone last year paid 3.1 billion Ghana cedis. So it tells you that handling the issues of the MNOs and especially the communication sector is a very crucial one that more of a lot of stakeholder consultations in the taking and implementation. Mr. Speaker, it is not for nothing that they say that no matter how they can't go down a baobab tree, no matter how wise you alone are, you're not salvaging you from any difficulty. You need to consult and act. Mr. Speaker, without any idea of doubt, if you look at today, one of the most important programs that are ongoing, which has found no expression, it has been conspicuously missing, the mention of the budget, is the ongoing SIM registration exercise, which my colleague Honorable Silva Tete talked about. But he chose to walk the truth on his head. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, an estimated 10.7 million SIM cards stand deactivated, on the threat of being deactivated. Mr. Speaker, I can give you a breakdown of the figures that we have from the various MNOs. For MTN, it's estimated about 5.7 million. For Vodafone, about 2.9 million. Airtel Tigo, about 1.8 million. And Glo, about 100,000. Mr. Speaker, these SIMs, if they actually get deactivated or blocked, and as I speak to you, Mr. Speaker, the blocking has already taken place and a number of people have suffered. I can tell you that even some members of parliament have had their SIM cards blocked. I can mention Dr. Jasau for Wa East, whose SIM was blocked as late as last Friday. And many people across the country in these numbers, Mr. Speaker, as I speak to you. This poses a veritable threat, not only to the infraction of the fundamental human rights and freedom of right to communicate by these millions of Ghanaians, but even to the government itself. Mr. Speaker, when you are sitting on a tree, on a branch, you don't cut it. This government appears to be sitting on the same branch and cutting it. Why am I saying so? Mr. Speaker, about a week ago, the decision had been communicated from the Ministry of Communications to the National Communication Authority to ensure that those who have not regularized their SIMs will have their data blocked. So the data blocking started last week. And as of Friday, December 1st, they commenced with the exercise of ensuring that SIMs that were not activated, which have not been authenticated with their Ghana card, are blocked. Mr. Speaker, I just gave you a figure of 10.7 million. Mr. Speaker, on a very conservative rate. If you were to say that, and this one covers areas such as voice, data, SMS, USSD, mobile money, emergency calls, and other services. Mr. Speaker, if we were to take even at a conservative rate, that for those who suffer this, if one person will pay, for instance, 20 Ghana cedis for voice, 10 Ghana cedis for data, 10 Ghana cedis for SMS, 10 Ghana cedis for mobile money, and 10 Ghana cedis for emergency services. Mr. Speaker, this will give you about 60 Ghana cedis a month on a conservative basis. Now, if you multiply this 60 Ghana cedis per month times 10.7 million times 12 for a year, Mr. Speaker, you are going to lose a conservative 6.3 billion Ghana cedis. Dude, I'm not as poor in mathematics as some other people who calculate. Mr. Speaker, this will give you a conservative.
No, you are a ranking member. You are a ranking member, yeah.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this will give you a conservative 6.3 billion. Mr. Speaker, and as I already indicated, this will be income loss to the MNOs that they cannot get as a result of the deactivation of their teams. This is revenue that will be lost to them. It is the quantum of revenue that they are able to raise that they can pay a percentage of it to government as revenue. Then you have a lopsided policy, Mr. Speaker, of where many of these people whose SIM cards are being deactivated. It's no fault of theirs. I will be the first person to concede, like the Honourable Minister has said, that there may be a recalcitrant few who may be holding the cards and maybe hedging their bets not to go and do it. I can concede to that. But overwhelming numbers of people, Mr. Speaker, don't have the Ghana card. Some have registered as far back as last year, 2 years, Mr. Speaker. They don't have the Ghana card. And so, why will you premise your policy on a card over which you have no control, Mr. Speaker? The minister herself will agree with me that she has no control about the issuance of Ghana card. She doesn't control the issuance of Ghana card. There is no obligation by the National Identification Authority to accede to the request of the minister in the issuance of Ghana card. Indeed, the Director General of the NIA himself has said that he is not working at the behest of any.
I mean, hold on. Honourable members, having regards to the state of the business of the House, I direct that the House sit beyond the regular sitting hours. You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that the NIA does not work at the behest of any other institution, nor they are working to the deadlines of any other institution. So no institution can direct them as to how they issue their Ghana cards. So how do you premise your work on a documentation process you neither own nor control? And I remember, Mr. Speaker, and the minister is here, she will bear me out that when this policy was going to be taken, we went, in fact, we paid a courtesy call to them, at which I, as a ranking member, had the opportunity to engage here with my colleagues on this issue of the usage of the Ghana card as a sole identity document. And we said that it was replete with danger, when millions of Ghanaians ran the high risk of not being able to patronize the exercise. We did it, Mr. Speaker. The minister's refrain at that time was that the LI upon which she was working with mandated that. But Mr. Speaker, we respectfully disagree, because the LI 2111 does not say anywhere that the Ghana card should be the sole identity document. Nowhere does the LI say that. It says it shall be a principal document. Mr. Speaker, there is a whole world of difference between something being a principal document and something being a sole document. It doesn't arise. And so, Mr. Speaker, clearly, this is a matter that will also affect the fundamental human rights and freedoms of our people. Mr. Speaker, take judicious notice of this fact, that what we are doing now is a re-registration. It's not a registration. There is a substantial quantum difference between registration and re-registration, because they all have legal ramifications. If somebody has lawfully acquired a SIM and we are in the process of trying to register it again, you cannot deprive that bona fide owner of that card of his legitimate and legal right to the use of that instrument. And so in the process of re-registration, you cannot so moto arrogate yourself the right to take away their SIMs without any legal challenge. So, Mr. Speaker, this is what we are facing today. And I want to take this opportunity again, because at that time, we made suggestions to the minister to the effect that you have voter ID card, which is identity, you have the passport, you have the birth certificate. They should allow Ghanaians who, through no fault of theirs, because today, Mr. Speaker, we are punishing Ghanaians who, through no fault of theirs, don't have the Ghana card. And so if through no fault of theirs they don't have the Ghana card, we are not going to impose this obligation on them to take away their card. We are punishing them for committing no crime. And that is a gross infringement. Mr. Speaker, even Article 296 of the Constitution of this Republic, even when you are exercising discretion, you have a duty to be candid and fair. And I'm sure that in this particular matter, we have to go back and revisit this matter and ensure that those rights that are infringed upon are addressed. I'm happy the minister is here, and I'm sure that she is listening with rapt attention. Mr. Speaker, there are also issues related to the...
You have 1 more minute.
Oh. Mr. Speaker, I've been disorientated because I thought I just started. Mr. Speaker, there are also things that portend danger. Mr. Speaker, in the inability of some people to use their SIMs. Mr. Speaker, the danger is that even on emergency services, for which even this particular action blocks them from even making, if there's a fire or there's an armed robbery or there's something, those who cannot get access to their SIMs will not have any opportunity of making a call. Mr. Speaker, this is a potential death sentence on many people, which I think the Honourable Minister must look at and address. Mr. Speaker, I also have to echo, as ranking member of this committee, a serious problem that affects the Ghana Meteorological Agency. Currently, both the Ghana Airports Company Limited and the Civil Aviation owe them $80 million.
That one, your time is up.
Prevents taking investment that will ensure air safety. And Mr. Speaker, we all know how safety in the air means for all of us, especially those of us who have the opportunity, those of us who have a propensity to travel at the least excuse. Go to Qatar. I can tell you that even those who are coming to Qatar after this disastrous experiment, you can see, Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very serious matter about our aviation safety. These monies are locked up. They need to do investment, and they can.
Honourable Minister for Communication.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to the budget debate, particularly as against my sector. And Mr. Speaker, before I start, I wish to congratulate the Black Stars for qualifying to represent Ghana and Africa at the World Cup. Out of 51 countries in Africa, only 5 made this enviable list.
Honourable Minister,
and our own
Mr. Speaker to take the chair.
Yes, Honourable Member, you may continue.
I'm delighted that you are in the chair for this my intervention, for I know how passionately you also followed the exploits of the Black Stars during their just ended campaign to lift high the flag of Ghana at the World Cup. And despite the fact that they didn't make it beyond the qualifying stages, I think that we have the beginnings of a team that we can be proud of, and that with the goodwill and support from all of us in this country, we can expect them to do even more exploits in continental and international competitions that hopefully they will qualify to. And someday, we would all proudly welcome the World Cup into this country hosted and hoisted proudly by our Black Stars. So I'm glad that we have the opportunity to lend our support to them. And the main sponsor who facilitated the participation of Ghanaian supporters at the World Cup was MTN as well, which was the headline sponsor, which is one of the foremost companies in this country under my sector. So I wish to place on record my personal appreciation for the hard work and the exploits that our young footballers displayed. Excellent football. Unfortunately, they couldn't convert that into the opportunity that will enable them to the round of 16 and beyond. But we wish them better luck next time and look forward to even more exploits in the future. Mr. Speaker, if there's one lesson that the pandemic taught us, it is that digital infrastructure is indispensable to the growth and development of any economy. And so I am glad that this government has indicated that that is one of the priority growth areas of its economy. And it has seen in paragraph 19 where the budget is indicating the 7-point agenda aimed at restoring macroeconomic stability and accelerating our economic transformation, that the expansion of digital and climate-responsive physical infrastructure is one of the key pillars on which the restoration of our economy depends. And so, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to reiterate the strides that we made in this sector in the past year and the programs and projects that we have planned for the coming year. Digital education is absolutely key, and without the requisite digital skills, it will be difficult for our young people to take advantage of the many opportunities that are available for them in the unfolding Fourth Industrial Revolution that is ongoing currently. And so, as a ministry and as a government, we prioritized the acquisition of digital skills for all our young people and the older ones who want to take advantage of this opportunity. In conjunction with the Ministry of Education and under the auspices of the e-Transform project funded by the World Bank, we will be establishing over 300 40-seater laboratories in senior high schools across the country to make it possible for our young people to be exposed to the cutting-edge skills that they need to progress into the unfolding world before us. This is in addition to what the Ghana Investment Fund for Electronic Communications is already doing, as indicated in paragraph 718 of the budget. And so we're looking forward to about 500 senior high schools and other schools, basic schools, being equipped with ICT laboratories. We're focusing on ending or narrowing the gender digital divide with our flagship Girls in ICT project. Cybersecurity is also a key concern and priority of ours, because cybersecurity is the flip side of digitalization. And if we do not focus on securing our digital infrastructure, many of the interventions that we are making will be exposed to the of harm from cyber criminals and cyber-assisted crimes. And so we're focusing on that. And Ghana has improved its standing in the Global Cybersecurity Index, and we're now 4th in Africa and have improved from 36% to about 86% currently. And we're working assiduously to ensure that we put in place the infrastructure that will enable us to protect our digital and economy. 98% of the questions that I'm asked in this House from my colleagues relate to when digital infrastructure will be extended to telephony will be extended to their communities. So I'm happy to indicate that next year we have constructed 1,003 rural telephony sites under the Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project already. And we intend to complete this process by constructing the remaining 1,000 sites by the end of 2023, financing permitting. So I'm glad the Minister of Finance is here, and I'm sure he will do whatever he can to facilitate the release of funds for the conclusion of this project. Now, if you have decent access to voice and telephony services, and even the road infrastructure is not very good in your area, you can still communicate quite well, learn, trade, engage in commerce quite freely using the digital infrastructure that is available to you. And so our emphasis on extending connectivity to unserved and underserved areas is not just a fluke. We are determined to connect the unconnected parts of our country to make sure that they can also engage and participate in the digital revolution that is unfolding. All the other sectors under the Ministry of Communications are also working assiduously, as indicated in paragraph 715 to 729 of the budget document. So, despite the funding challenges that face the government, through leveraging on donor funding and private sector resources, each and every one of these sectors are also working assiduously, from the National Information Technology Agency, the Ghana Meteorological Agency, the Postal and Courier Services Regulatory Commission, the Cybersecurity Authority, and the Data Protection Commission, amongst others. They are all working assiduously to improve upon their output to enable us deliver on our mandate to the Ghanaian people. And I can assure my colleagues in this House that we will continue to work as hard as we have been in the past to ensure that we bring relief to the Ghanaian people. Mr. Speaker, I have to correct some factual inaccuracies in the presentation made by the ranking member of the Communications Committee, who spoke just before I had the opportunity to. The SIM registration exercise started in October 2020. October 2020, actually. It was supposed to end in March 2022. It was supposed to be for October 2021 was for a 6-month period to end in March 2020. It's been extended several times since then, based on representations made and an assessment of throughout. The last press statement that I gave on this matter.
Just a minute. I can see the ranking member on the seat. Yes, please.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Just to avert the minister's mind to her own start date for her own policy, it was not October 2020. Her policy started in October 2021.
1 year.
1 year, not 2020. So she's misleading the House when she says she started the SIM registration in October 2020. It started in October 2021. It's a House of Records. I want to remind her of her own policy and when she started it. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe I corrected what I said and the honorable member was not listening. If he were, he would have heard that I said October 2021 for 6 months to end in March 2022. That's the last statement that I made. So if he were listening, he would have heard that I recognized that the initial statement of 2020 was not correct, and I corrected myself. So I thank him for his intervention, but he should pay more attention to the statements that I'm making, and he will not be shooting from the hip. Mr. Speaker, the last statement I made on this matter was on 11th November 2022, at which I stated clearly, and with your permission, I'll quote, that currently 30 million 11 and 30,011,082 cards have completed the first stage, i.e. linking of Ghana card to their SIM number. And as at 9th November 2022, 20,892,970 subscribers had completed the SIM card registration, linkage and biometric, meaning almost 70% of those who had completed the first stage had completed the full registration. I went on to state that one key reason why some of those who've linked their phone numbers to Ghana cards have been unable to complete the biocapture of stage 2 is because they use other people's cards to link their numbers. And this includes vendors who use the cards of others without the knowledge or consent of the card owners. Their inability to complete phase 2 attests to the robustness of the authentication process designed into the SIM registration architecture, which will flush out all fakes. So you cannot use someone else's Ghana card to register your SIM. But despite ample opportunity afforded to all to complete the registration, some who have the Ghana cards and have begun the process have failed to complete the registration. And so the announcement was made that all SIM cards which have completed the first stage of the registration exercise but not done the second phase will be blocked from accessing data services on 20th November and completely deactivated November. All those who had completed the first phase of the exercise but not gone on to complete the second phase would have their cards deactivated. So it is incorrect to state here that those who do not have the Ghana cards have had their SIM cards blocked. That's factually incorrect. This process is being conducted in phases, and this current deactivation is directly, those who are directly affected are those who have completed the first phase of the exercise, but not gone on to complete the second phase for reasons best known to themselves. So the ranking member is wrong to state here that somebody has had their cards, their SIM cards deactivated merely because they do not have the Ghana card. We recognize that there are challenges that some people have in securing.
Once again, hold on. I see the ranking member on his feet. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure there's some contradiction in the minister's own statement. If you don't have a Ghana card, how do you even start the first stage? How do you go to start the first stage, complete the first stage, and go to the second stage? Those even who have completed the first stage and have not done the second stage, their cards have been blocked. Their SIMs have been blocked, Mr. Speaker. So those lying flat on their backs, they can't see God. What about Mr. Speaker? You don't even have the card to start the first stage, how will you go on to the second stage to be captured for you to be able to go and authenticate your SIM card? It doesn't arise. So I'm sure that the minister should rephrase this because there's some contradiction.
Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely no contradiction in the statement I made. And if the ranking member would also take time to listen to what I'm saying, maybe the confusion in his own mind will be cleared up. This is a phased approach that we're taking, mindful of the challenges that some may genuinely have because of either their access to or lack of access to the Ghana card. But just to refresh our memory here, the Ghana card registration exercise started as far back as 2018. Our members on the other side actively campaigned against the registration and urged their members and Ghanaians to boycott the exercise. And that is a fact. And so if they had assisted the country to undertake this national exercise in the spirit of nationalism at the time, we would probably not have found ourselves in this situation. So if some people do not have the Ghana card, and they don't have it because they listen to our colleagues on the other side, we only have ourselves to blame. Now that we have helped create this problem, let us see how we work together to address the solution.
Minister, just a minute. You don't need to raise any heat. The available leader is now up. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, the minister made an emphatic statement that the minority side campaigned against that project. I want her to provide evidence of the minority side campaigning against that project. If not, she will withdraw it. We have worked together to ensure that a lot of Ghanaians go in for this card. Only for her to come and stand here and say that we have campaigned, we will take it. And she needs to apologize. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the National Democratic Congress Party, led by their General Secretary, issued a public statement urging Ghanaians to boycott the Ghana card registration exercise. Are you not NDC members of Parliament? Are you denying your own party's position now? If you've recanted and repented of that position, say so and let Ghanaians know that that position you took 3-4 years ago, you've now come back full circle. Because I have also seen a release issued by your General Secretary, now urging your members to go and register for their Ghana card. I have seen that one too, and it is on public record.
Honorable Minister, now you are referring to General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress. You are not referring to minority side. There are two different things. So, but they are very different. Please, as honorable members, you are here as honorable members, you are here first representing your constituents. And you also, in the capacity here, represent the country. You are sponsored because the General Secretary signed your forms to indicate that sponsor you to contest in your constituency. You are sponsored by the party. And so, when you are talking about a majority group and a minority group, you are talking about the representation in Parliament here. So they are not the same. And you have to be clear in the choice of words. Now the Minister has referred to statements signed by the General Secretary of the NDC. The first one saying that they should not participate. Now he has referred to a second one signed by the same General Secretary, now calling on the members of the party to participate. Did I get you right, Minister?
Yes, you did, but I hadn't quite finished, because there was a third angle to it that I was going to allude to.
There's a third one.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, go on.
Members of this House, on the floor of this House, also indicated that they were not going to participate in the SIM registration, in the Ghana card registration, including Muntaka, Honorable Muntaka himself. On the floor of this House, they indicated that they were not going to register for their Ghana cards. And even when some showed evidence of it, they said they were all doctored cards. The national ID came to set up here for them to register. They said they were not going to. So even here on the floor of this House, they indicated their opposition to the Ghana card.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
So their party rejected it, and they themselves, as members of this House, also rejected it.
Honorable Minister, I'll give you the opportunity. You mentioned the name of the minority chief whip, so he's up on his feet. Let's listen to him.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the minister is a senior member of this House, and she knows that in this House, if you want to make such reference, you either quote the official records or you have your evidence. Mr. Speaker, I challenge the minister to provide any evidence that I, in this chamber, stood to say what she was claiming I said. Mr. Speaker, if she cares to know, her statement is rather irritating the ordinary Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, we were here, you facilitated for the telecos to come here to register members. Mr. Speaker, they came here, all the staff, a lot of members here will attest the fact. I went down there and registered. My SIM is blocked. My SIM is blocked. Minister, you have to be responsible in your statement. Don't just irritate people. If there are real challenges, try to deal with it. Don't just trivialize the challenges that we are having. I registered both the MTN and my Vodafone. As we speak, Mr. Speaker, my MTN has been blocked after they came to pick our information right here in this House. What is she talking about? If you are referring to other things, fine, but don't say that I stood in this chamber and claim that I said the things that you are claiming I said. Provide the evidence to the effect that I stood in this chamber and said what I said. Mr. Speaker, we had all the challenges that we raised during the registration of the Ghana card. Yes, legitimately. We believe, and we continue to believe, that the limitation to only Ghana card as a means to birth set, they limited people in the way they could register for the Ghana card. And we said that that was not fair. And we still stand by that. That is the reason why many ordinary Ghanaians today do not own the Ghana card. And you should rather be, Mr. Speaker, not to use very harsh words here, she should be worried that ordinary Ghanaians do not have the Ghana card because of her bad policy in limiting the source document with which you can access the Ghana card. And they should be judging the outcome or the positivity of the policy with her own bad decision to limit source document that you can use in accessing the Ghana card. But she should not be putting and insinuating and claiming things that people have said on this floor when that is not the fact. Yes, we held a press conference, we put out the challenges, but she should not say that I stood on this floor and made those claims. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, my MTN card has been, SIM has been blocked. What reason will she give for that? Because I took the registration right here in this House. What reason do you give for that? So, Mr. Speaker, can you call her to order? Thank you very much, Speaker.
Majority Chief Whip, yes.
Speaker, I think we should have a certain understanding of proceedings. I mean, the minister got up to make her contribution. And then colleagues had a reason to come on a point of order. Yes, wait. But, Speaker, I read on the media or in the media news reports attributable to your side
No, listen. Attributable to your side, that your side was against the registration of the Ghana card. Yes, no. So that if you're not disputing it, then what are you disputing? Speaker, for my colleague to say that the minister had ill policies, the law was passed by us. Have you forgotten? We passed the law. It wasn't a single action by the minister. So you cannot put the blame entirely on the minister. No. If we have a reason that a word had been used, Speaker, you see, my colleague is a very good friend. When he is speaking, we listen to him, but he will not listen to us. No, if we have a reason that some words has been used by the minister and we think that she may have to depart from those expressions, yes, that's fine. I mean, we will look at that. But for you to say that it's as a result of her bad policy, that is totally unacceptable. Look, continuously the ministry kept, bear with me if you may bear with me. Continuously, the ministry kept giving information to the public on deadlines. You should have also supported in the campaign. And that's what the minister is saying, that we should have all been patriotic. You should have shown true patriotism by telling the Ghanaian people to participate in that national exercise. You failed to do that. You see, today you are crying. Today my colleague is crying and throwing his hands out. You failed to be patriotic. So let's be cool. I know that we will come atop this situation. The minister will show responsibility. Don't forget, many times the date for the registration has been extended. And that's why you failed to commend her on that. So, the long and short of my intervention is that it cannot be attributable to the minister alone. Because we also passed the law. And if there is a challenge, we must deal with that challenge as a collective entity and stop attributing and making allegations, unfounded allegations.
Honorable members, I allowed a number of you to come back because of Order 86-4 says no member shall speak more than once to any question, except B, in explanation as prescribed in paragraph 5 of this order. And paragraph 5 of this order says, a member who has spoken to a question may again be heard for the purpose of explaining some material part of his speech which has been misunderstood, or vindicating his character or conduct if it has been impugned, but he must not introduce new matter. That is why when the minister raised the issue and mentioned ranking member and also later the minority chief whip, I call on them to explain that area, but you don't have to introduce new matter. Now, in trying to explain, you introduce new matters, and that is why the majority chief whip came in on the issue of policy. Now, the minister has the right to also come in to explain whether she has brought in any bad policy. Because the majority chief is referring to the law we passed. And so we need to explain these matters because listening to us. So I'll give you ample opportunity to do that. You don't need to, be exchanging foul language when you are explaining matters. Please, let us have decorum in the debate. Now, Minister, it's your turn to explain this thing.
Mr. Speaker, we need to be clear what we are saying here. I rose to correct factual inaccuracies in the presentation made by the ranking member that people who did not have Ghana cards have had their cards blocked. And I said, no, that has not happened. It is those who have completed the first phase of the exercise by linking their Ghana cards to their SIM cards, but had not gone on to do the biometric aspect capture that had their Ghana cards blocked. That was the point I was making. And I went on to say that people did not have their Ghana cards because members of the NDC and the minority urged Ghanaians not to register for the Ghana card when the exercise commenced in 2008. In fact, the minority caucus issued a statement on 10th June 2018 and had a press conference indicating their opposition to the Ghana card registration exercise and indicating that they would not participate in the exercise. That is a fact and a matter of record. So for them to now say that they never ever opposed the Ghana card registration exercise is factually incorrect. And this is a house of record.
The house of record. Is it the house?
Mr. Speaker, I indicated in my statement of 11th November as well that we're looking at making other arrangements for those who genuinely do not have the Ghana cards and to enable them to complete the SIM card registration exercise. And that will be announced in due course. It is absolutely imperative that we be factual as members of this House when we're making our statements, because this is a House of record. Yes, you were opposed to the Ghana card registration exercise. Yes, you urged Ghanaians and your members to boycott the exercise. Some of them did, as a result of which they do not have the Ghana cards today to complete the serious national exercises, including the SIM registration exercise. So if some blame needs to be assigned, you have part of that blame for going down that path, which unfortunately is causing certain Ghanaians some discomfort. Now what we need to do, the problem has already happened. What we need to do is to see how we work together to facilitate the acquisition of the cards so that this exercise will be completed, or to make alternative arrangements for this exercise to be completed. It is also a fact that the National Identity Register regulations indicates that SIM card registration would the only identity document which would be acceptable for SIM card registration amongst other transactions is the Ghana card. So by subsidiary legislation passed by this House, which is later in time than the SIM card registration regulations, SIM registration regulations that were also passed by this House, we accepted that we would only use the Ghana card for SIM registration. It is not Eslowuswe Kufo who made that law. It is the Parliament of Ghana which passed that subsidiary legislation. So we did not just pass that subsidiary legislation idly. We go to a lot of pain and trouble to pass laws in this House. And the laws we pass are meant to be enforced. If we do not like it, we come back and we amend it in this House. But so long as it is on the statute books, as for me and my house, we will serve the law. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Adama Sulemana, time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the 9th of July 2019, the NIA published a report on their website about former President John Dramani Mahama and his wife registering for their SIM cards. Yes, it's true. In 2018, NDC raised some objections with component of the registration exercise, which were subsequently addressed by the NIA, and that on the 9th of July 2019, the NDC former flag bearer went to register, telling all members of the NDC to register. So what the minister is saying now cannot be true, that NDC sabotaged the registration of the NIA.
Never did.
Mr. Speaker.
There was no sabotage.
Speaker. The National Communication, the Communication Ministry is supposed to be the ministry in charge of the recovery from COVID. And the minister also even made it clear that digital infrastructure is indispensable in this our attempt to recover from COVID. And that is a priority of the government. Mr. Speaker, contingency vote in the 2023 budget is 1.4 billion Ghana cedis. The priority area, the Ministry of Communication, which is supposed to be an anchor to recover from the COVID, is 629,382.992 Ghana cedis. There is no priority here. Contingency is more important to this government than the Ministry of Communication. Mr. Speaker, the government told us in 2022 budget that it wanted to safeguard the interests of the vulnerable group, and that in paragraph 317 of the 2022 budget, this is what it says: to safeguard efforts being made to enhance financial inclusion and protect the vulnerable, all transactions that add up to 100 Ghana cedis or less, which is approximately 3,000 per month, will be exempted from the e-levy. Today, all of a sudden, all these vulnerable groups have become non-vulnerable. They are now able. So the e-levy, the threshold of this e-levy has been scrapped. Yes. From paragraph 715 to 729, as the minister rightly said, they were all geared towards policies that the government has put in place to increase financial inclusion by providing what we call the supply side factors. Digital inclusion, like the rural telephony project, all the other interventions that the government is putting in place. Mr. Speaker, this government has got penchant for policy inconsistencies. As they are providing supply side measures, they are also providing demand side stifling measures to stifle financial inclusion. For instance, Mr. Speaker, whilst paragraph 715 states that government has constructed 1,003 rural telephony sites under the Rural Telephony and Digital Inclusion Project, benefiting 1,553 rural communities that can make calls and use the internet via the mobile phones, thereby opening huge possibility for social and economic activities. The government is blocking the SIM cards of these rural folks as well. How do we get the rural telephony site operational without the mobile phones? Mr. Speaker, how do we remove the threshold of 100 Ghana cedis on the e-levy act just to safeguard the interests of the vulnerable? Now we remove that threshold, build telephony sites, make taxation, use taxation to make it difficult for these same people to access this site. This is what we call policy inconsistencies. Mr. Speaker, digital terrestrial television, DDT, we were supposed to have migrated from analog to digital in 2017. That was the initial deadline. Extended to 2020. Minister for Communication, you have supervised the failure to migrate from analog to digital, even though every year you are. Mr. Speaker, in the implementation of the electronic transfer levy, the ministry decided to throw away the policy to the House. When it became apparent that Ghanaians were not going to accept the electronic transfer levy, the Ministry of Information, through the Ministry of Finance, organized town hall meetings to explain to Ghanaians the reasons why we should be paying the e-levy. This should have started. This should have been the first step, not an afterthought. We will be interested to find out how much monies were paid as in the organization of these town hall meetings. Mr. Speaker, my ranking attempted, but the time was not sufficient. Ghana Meteorological Agency. This House passed an Act 682 in 2004, where 25% of levies at our ports are supposed to be given to GMET. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Airport Company Limited, in fact, the Ghana Airport Company Limited and the Ghana Civil Aviation have refused to pay this money. Councillor, the Finance Minister is here. Finance Minister, why have you refused to pay the monies owed to GMET? Why have you refused to pay?
That's why he does.
Because it's a law.
Honorable member, you're out of order. Ghana Airport Company is a company. So please address your issue, but leave out the minister.
Mr. Speaker, the GMET, the Ghana Meteorological Agency, they are supposed to be remitted this amount. Ghana Airport Company and Ghana Civil Aviation have refused to give these monies to GMET. All of us are in jeopardy. Mr. Speaker, the GMET needs to buy this equipment to be able to ensure that we are safe, we are able to travel, they are able to offer services to the agricultural sector, they are able to offer services to the fishery subsector. We will urge the Ministry of Communication and the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Transport to put their eyes together and remit this and take this money to the Ghana Airport Company, to the Ghana Meteorological Agency, to be able to do their work. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Communication, as part of their implementation of their sector medium-term development plan, the Ministry of Information, Mr. Speaker, have stated that they are engaging in media capacity enhancement program for some selected media houses and personnel. Mr. Speaker, it is important to enhance the capacity of our media men, but we should be careful. We should be careful not to create the impressions that these media houses may not be able to perform the statutory role that they are supposed to perform. There's a danger of these media houses not able to be the fourth estate of the realm. Mr. Speaker, the minister also talked about, the Minister of Information also talked about the broadcasting bill. That is also before a committee for onward submission to this House, stated in this budget statement. Mr. Speaker, the broadcasting bill has been in the back burner for a long time, so it's refreshing that the ministry states that they are going to bring this broadcasting bill back to the House. Mr. Speaker, the government, as I said, has been providing supply-side factors and at the same time using demand-side factors to stifle the same program that they intend to bring. I will urge the Ministry of Communication to tread cautiously with this same re-registration exercise. It is possible, Minister for Communication, it is possible for somebody to register for the first stage, lose their Ghana card, and unable to register for the second stage. So it is not true that when somebody registers for the first stage and is not able to register for the second stage, it is deliberate. The person may lose their card, go to NIA, take another 6 months. So the fact that you are deactivating people's card, blocking their SIM card because they have done first registration without doing the second registration.
Member, kindly wind up. Your time is up. Kindly wind up.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to help the Minister for Finance, the Minister for Communication. I want to help him. He needs help. Because sitting down in the office, you are not on the field. So you don't even know that you can do first time. Yes, you can do first stage registration, lose your SIM card, lose your Ghana card. You have to go and apply. So we are urging you to consider these factors. Mr. Speaker, somebody can go and marry, change the name. It also becomes an issue with the Ghana card. So I'll urge you to tread cautiously so that we bring Ghanaians on board without blocking their SIM card. Otherwise, your policy from 719 of the budget statement to 729 that starts to improve on digital infrastructure will come to naught. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah. Honorable member for
Speaker, with respect, the honorable member for New
Jabbing.
No.
New Jabbing.
Yes.
New Jabbing, no. Very well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute towards this debate. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister was candid with all of us. He says that, and I think that the President re-echoed this same fact, that we are going through challenging times. And therefore, the budget has been developed with a view to ensuring that we create some fiscal space to be able to provide for the goods and services and to move this country forward. And so to lament for, and this is to our police on the other side, to lament with the problems that we are having and saying that we promised in 2022 we're going to do this A, B, C, D, and we have not been able to deliver those things. I think that is not the issue for now. The issue for now is that we need to refocus, and that is what the budget is talking about. Reposition ourselves so that we can continue to deliver for the good people of this country. And speaking for the water, works and housing sector of the economy, the government continues to work towards the provision of good drinking water for the good people of this country. If you look at paragraph 676, it talks about His Excellency the President commissioning the Bolgatanga water project, under which the communities around Bolgatanga, including Nabrongo, Bongo, and other places, have been provided with water, and the target community that is being served is 347,000 people being provided with potable water. Now, the other thing is that besides this water facility that we have done for Bolgatanga, we are working towards provision of water for the Takwa municipality and the surrounding areas. This parliament approved the credit facility for the provision of this water. And this, when executed, would serve a number of communities, including Takwa Township, Achempin, Aguna Wasa, Atuabu, Bonsaso, and others. Again, the Starbuck project Honorable Bezra was saying that this project was in the 2022 budget and has not seen any significant works or progress. But the budget statement tells us that works on this project has reached 95%. So I'm surprised that Honorable Bajira is saying that this project, which is supposed to be providing water for 5 districts in the Volta region, is suffering the kind of challenge that he raised in his presentation. This project is also intended to provide water for a target population size of 234,000, and this is supposed to cover Adaklu, Anyigbe, Agotime, Central Tong, Old West, North Tong districts. And this project, like I said, is 95% complete. Besides these water interventions, there are the 2023 budget period will see water projects coming up for Damungo, Kecha, Sekenita, Sunyani, Tamale, Takwa, Winchi, Yendi, and other areas. Then, under the Greater Kumasi, Greater Accra water projects, this project is expected to improve upon water and sanitation in these areas, particularly in the communities where we have challenges. And this essentially is looking at distribution of water to people's households. And this project is ongoing and is expected that by the close of 2023, potable water, clean potable water, would have been provided for our people in these communities. Still within the water sector, we also have the Mem and Yendi water projects, which were rehabilitated and expected to be expanded going into 2023. So, as far as water delivery services are concerned, the Ghana Water, the government is doing well in ensuring that adequate water is provided to the Ghanaian people. Another area where we are seeing some significant works is in the sanitation area. Under the sanitation area, the Gary project is expected to come on board in the 2023 budget period, under which waste management facilities will be created for Gan West Municipality and then Gan East Municipality. Again, under this project, we are working on engineered sanitary landfills and then material recovery centers. And these are meant to ensure that we improve upon the sanitation situation that we have in this country. Now, let me move, Mr. Speaker, to the Human Settlement Development Program, which essentially talks about housing. And under this project, or in the last budget period and then going into the 2023 budget period, the housing delivery has seen some amount of work. 320 units have been provided under the Security Services housing project. And this project is 90% complete and is expected to be expanded going into next year. Again, next year, plans are afoot to provide accommodation for the Ghana Prison Service, and this is captured in the budget. Again, for Tema and surrounding areas, the TDC development project in 2023 will be continued. For now, 3,016 housing units have been provided under the Affordable Housing Project. Moving forward, we also have 40 housing units which have been provided at Adenta, and 342 housing units which are being built in the Koforidua area. Again, 120 housing units are being executed for Sefiyoso and then Poalugu respectively. 120 for Poalugu and 120 for Sefiyoso. These projects are meant to provide good accommodation units for the civil servants and the public servants that we have in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, you can see that even with these challenges that we are having, occasioned by largely exogenous factors, the government is doing quite well in ensuring that adequate housing is provided to the good people of this country.
Honorable Member, your time is up. Kindly wind up.
So, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would want to say and urge all of us to support the approval of this budget and to unite behind the President and, for that matter, the Minister of Finance to ensure that we are able to develop this country for the good people of this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The next one is the Honorable Member for Ho Central. Honorable Benjamin Kodo.
Listen to wisdom.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the budget. My area for the debate is concentrated on the local government sector. Mr. Speaker, I've read the budget from no, not Kavati. Paragraph 473 to paragraph 492. And, Mr. Speaker, I found out those are the areas related to local government. I found out that there's virtually nothing there for 2023. I was expecting that in the times that we find ourselves, government will attempt to deepen decentralization by reducing central government expenditure and offloading the major decentralized functions to the assemblies. For instance, I was expecting that the government will dissolve the development authorities. That's the Coastal Development Authority, the Central Development Authority, and the Northern Development Authority, and offload their functions and resources to the assemblies. But there was no room for that in the budget. I was also expecting that, Mr. Speaker, national identification and its
the card issue should be offloaded to the assemblies, because who can better identify a citizen in my constituency? The municipal chief executive or the minister for communication or the NIA? Are they better placed to identify citizens in my constituency and issue them with cards? I think the assemblies are better placed. So you need to offload this. Again, school feeding. You centralize it in Accra. Who is better placed to know which schools in the districts merit school feeding program? These are the things I thought that in the circumstances we find ourselves, the Minister for Finance will offload these things to the Assembly, resource them properly, and then give them the job to do. Then we come to birth and death registry. It's also highly centralized. They are living in an office here in Accra. These are the things which are the responsibilities of the Assembly. And I thought this will be incorporated in the 2023 budget. Mr. Speaker, I'm just coming from Bangkok, and I went to the Bangkok Metropolitan Assembly. In one of the offices, you can access these services just on one floor. You register births, you register deaths, you register marriages, you get your national identification card right under one roof. And it's efficient service delivery. But we are depriving, we are centralizing these things and not asking the local assemblies to do anything. So I'm disappointed that we have not taken the opportunity to deepen decentralization in this 2023 budget. We have maintained the bureaucracies at the head office, which is increasing our overhead costs at the national level. Mr. Speaker, the minister is sitting down there. He has to go and look at these things again and see what he can do to decentralize and reduce the cost of central government operations. Mr. Speaker, the assemblies depend on this assembly's common fund and rates and levies they collect in their areas for survival. But you find out that the Ministry of Finance has constantly violated Article 2522 of the Constitution in dealing with this assembly's common fund. The 2522 says clearly that common funds should be paid to the assemblies in quarterly installments. But as we are here now, the government has not paid even 1 penny for 2022 to the assemblies. It has not released 1 penny to this assembly's common fund secretariat. Has not. And therefore, they are depriving the assemblies of funds, and they are sitting down there doing nothing. Mr. Speaker, the other major issue which the government is seeking to deprive the assemblies of funds is the collection of property rates. Article 245B gives that responsibility to the assemblies. But the government since last year or since this year has been eyeing that money to bring it to the center. Last year they budgeted 480 million for property rate collection. And this year I've seen another 165 million Ghana cedis for central government revenue. Why? Why is the Ministry of Finance seeking to collect assembly monies to the center? I think you have to review this seriously, Mr. Minister. You cannot go and take assemblies money. It's a constitutional debacle you want to put on yourself again. The other point is that when they tried to
to cap common fund, and we went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court gave ruling on how the common fund should be treated. But as we sit here, the Ministry of Finance has refused to comply fully with the Supreme Court ruling. For instance, last year, when they were computing District Assembly's common fund, they took out revenue emanating from mineral resources. They took it out completely out of total revenue. So I don't know whether they want us to go back to court to get enforcement of the ruling of the Supreme Court before they comply. This is a very simple thing, Mr. Speaker. They say calculate all total revenue, give 5% to this Assembly's common fund, and that one too is a problem. You put all the money at the center and use it and deprive the assemblies of funds. I think that the minister should go back and address these issues before he comes for the appropriation bill to be brought here. If not, it will be difficult for some of us to agree to the figures that are already in the budget for appropriation. Mr. Speaker, the minister has made the country know that 25 billion has been spent in the banking sector, cleaning of the banking sector. Now, there are people in Ghana now who have lost their monies with those banks which were collapsed, but up till now have not received their payment. I have one receipt with me, GN Bank.
Receipt?
Yes.
Receipt keep there.
Yes, GN Bank. 3,555.28 lodged with GN Bank. And up till now, the person has not gotten paid. Yes, he's a member from my constituency. He's a member of my constituency. So I am interested in
that's why we are here as members.
I am interested in the person getting back her money from the 25 billion that the government has spent on the banking sector cleanup. Oh, I can give you.
Ignore him. Ignore him. Oh, your time is running.
Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, we say we are managing the economy, but what we talk, what we say is different from what is actually happening on the ground. You see, so I think that the Ministry of Finance, the Minister for Finance, has to. You see, that's why we are quarreling with him. We are quarreling. We want him to leave because he's not respecting these governance issues. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that I will call on the Minister of Finance, who is sitting here, to go back and do some revision of issues affecting decentralization, and then the figures that are due to be paid to common fund before we approve the appropriation bill. I thank you.
Very well. I move on to Honorable Tampuli. Hassan Tampuli. All right, I'll move on to Honorable Charles Champon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak on the motion number 7 on the approval of the budget statement and economic policy of Government of Ghana for the year 2023. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to first correct my senior colleague, Honorable Kodo. It looks like he's finished his common fund, so he doesn't even know that 2 quarters has already been supplied. Maybe he should ask his assembly. They will tell him that 2 quarters of the common fund has already gone. 2022, please check. Mr. Speaker, he's finished it, so he's not too sure about it. He said 2 quarters of 2022 has not been supplied. He said none. He used the word none. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to correct that. Mr. Speaker, again, my colleague on the other side also raised the issue of our minister going to ITU and not being able to correct digital migration. I wish to also state that going to ITU does not really migrate digital, analog to digital. No. What the minister is actually doing is promoting Ghana's ICT agenda. The reasons for the delay in digital, analog to digital broadcasting is far from going to ITU. Maybe you should go back and you understand that products and changes in prices have caused the delay in digital migration. So please go back and check and not say the minister traveling to ITU has delayed all those things. Secondly, the ranking member in Works and House also claimed that Galamsey, government of Ghana has failed in the Galamsey fight. I wish to also correct that. Maybe he should check the fact that stability, the figures of stability is not in the budget does not constitute a failure. You should go back and check, because if you go into the interlands, you will realize that the waters are gradually becoming clean and people are accessing clean drinking water. So he shouldn't come here and throw dust into our eyes and say Galamsey fight has gone bad. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to touch on paragraph 21 of the budget, which states that the ministry is going to mobilize domestic revenue through the increase of VAT, fast track of implementation of the property rates, and a review of the E-Levy Act. These are all taxes. I'd like to take our minds back to the Bible. The Bible already agreed that taxes are important. That's why Jesus said that give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and give to God what belongs to God. So, why do you want to run away from taxes? I find it a bit strange. We have about, if you pick a random sampling of 1 to 10 people, you find about 4 or 5 people wanting to travel outside the country. However, they should not forget that traveling outside the country also considers that they'll be paying more taxes when they go there. You don't want to develop your country, so you don't want to pay more taxes. That is why I agree with the policy statement of tax payments. It will give us an opportunity to increase our revenue generation and also bring up productivity in this country. Therefore, I agree with the policy statement of generation of taxes in the budget. Mr. Speaker, I'll be speaking on Works and Housing, on the sea defense project currently being undertaken. Ghana has a number of forts and castles. However, when you go to Adanfo, Fort Kongenstand, which was built by the Danes in 1784, has been completely lost. And we know that memories are best served when we visualize them. But if you are explaining to the younger generation that there was once Fort Kongenstand, what would you do? You only see pictures and just nothing to write home about. Fort Princeton in Keita is gradually also being lost to the rising temperatures, to the rising sea levels and the increasing temperatures. This is as a result of climate change and global warming. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to draw our minds to the fact that Ghana has a total over 500-kilometer stretch of coastline, stretching from the east to west and west to the east. And out of this, since 2005, from 2005 to 2017, a total of 37% of our coastline has already been lost to the sea. A total of 37% of our coastline has been lost to the sea. Why is this so? As a result of global warming. And every year, 2 meters of our coastline is lost. 2 meters of our coastline is lost. Mr. Speaker, with this alarming rate, gradually we will lose everything that has to do with our coastland. We might lose our white gold, production of our white gold, which is salt. We might lose the coastal activities, such as the economic activities in the coastal areas. We might lose our leisure times we have on the coastal areas. And therefore, when you go into this budget statement, you realize that the government of Nana Addo has made provisions to continue with the construction of the sea defense wall. Already in the year 2022, the government had completed ones in the Dansuman, Comenda, Elmina, which is phase 3, Cape Coast, and Mabo, and other areas. Almost an average of 95% complete. And in 2023, it will continue to do that. It will continue to protect the lives and properties of people in Teshi, La, Apam, Axim, Ningon Prampram, Newtown, Angoga, Takadi, and the Maritime University. This is to ensure that we still have a good number of economic activities in the coastal land. We shouldn't forget that we have about a quarter of our population living in the coastal land. And therefore, once we lose this beautiful coastland of ours, we would have lost a number of economic activities. We would have lost place of abode. We would have lost animals that are endangered, the sea turtles. We would have lost, the beautification of our coastline areas. And therefore, I welcome this policy statement of the government of Nana Addo Dankwa to continue to protect the lives in the coastal areas. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to end on the continued flood program that's being done by the Ministry of Works and Housing, where it continues to silt drains and also construct drains for the people of the country. This year, we witnessed a lot of heavy rainfall, which was a bit devastating. However, with the timely intervention of the Ministry of Works and Housing, it would have been worse than what we witnessed this year. And therefore, it is pleasing to see that in the budget that the government of Nana Addo Dankwa will continue to construct drains and silt all gutters in the country. Mr. Speaker, with these few words of mine, I thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Honorable Richard Echango, there is.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the floor. Mr. Speaker, before I move to my substantive issues, I want to correct my good friend, who is my namesake, Charles Achampon. I wanted to forgive him, but the finance minister is here. Though he was challenging my deputy ranking that they pay first and second quarter common fund. The minister is here. If the minister can prove to any of us here in the budget, how much has Ministry of Finance transferred to BACF? I refer you to Appendix 2A. If 2A, page 184 of the 2023 budget, yes. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. I will deal with it. Mr. Speaker, it has never happened in the history of this country. The whole of 2022, not a cent has been transferred to BACF. The 750 million they transferred to pay first and second quarter was borrowed fund. I'm referring to the Ministry of Finance. Show me where in the budget. The minister is here. The minister should show me. And the government operations, they raised 65 billion up to September ending. 65 billion. The projected amount was 67 billion. He was able to raise 65 billion. Out of the 65 billion, he transferred zero to BACF. And my brother, just read the budget. Don't come and confuse anybody. Because the budget, the minister said this is in carbon budget. So you are not going to reconciliate you. You need to reach out, talk to members so that we get a buy-in. You don't come confusing us because already we know what it is in the budget. I refer you to paragraph 100 of the budget. 100.
Don't mind him.
Mr. Speaker, the minister spent 25 billion for the financial sector cleanup. 25 billion and more. And the minister is telling us capital adequacy ratio has reduced from 14.2, 19.8 to 14.2%. You want me to explain? It doesn't understand, so I'll teach you. Because that's my faith. I've done banking for 25 years. So, Mr. Speaker, having spent 25 billion Ghana cedis, and still the financial sector is not on its feet. So, what was the point? We needed only 9 billion Ghana cedis to save the banks. Mr. Speaker, my colleague touched on some people who have not received their fund. Prestige Capital, they've not even done the validation, let alone to assess the number of customers who have their monies locked with the bank. 5 years, that's not been paid. Even validation has not been done, let alone to know how much they owe the customers. But you are saying the financial sector is sound and everything is well. Reading through the budget, at least you consider that we live in a tough time. We have to support you to raise revenues and all that. If you want us to support to raise Minister, do you need 80 million to build cathedral? Do you need 80 million to build cathedral at this time? I'm a Christian. Cathedral. We don't need 80 million to build cathedral at this time. Let's prioritize our needs. Let's cut our coat according to our size. So that you get a buy-in, you get a support from the other side. Some expenditures will never help you. Mr. Speaker, government is reporting to us that there will be net freeze of employment. In 2022, under Office of Government Machinery, staff strength stood at 2,111. The minister wants to increase to 3,681. 1,570 difference. Which agency of the Office of Government Machinery is critical? That need 1,570 people to fill. And want to cut costs. Deal with the low-hanging fruit. 1,570. Mr. Minister, please go and revise this budget so that you get a buy-in from this side of the house. We cannot witness a falling economy. We need to support you, but not these numbers. We can't support these numbers. Try to also talk to your people. Their language, their actions and inactions should be reconciliatory. You hear them throw salvos. As if all is well, all is not well. But this morning I listened to you. But the president told us there will not be any haircut. But now some of us will be skinned. Because some people have locked their monies with the bank. So if you go to your website, you don't see individuals there. You see the name of the bank. They've signed contract with the banks. Some are taking 23, 24, 25%. So you're going to give them 0% interest. How can the banks already, they fell from 18.9 to 14.2. How can they pay the customers? Because there's obligation on them. They've signed contracts, and you're going to give them 0%, Mr. Minister. And you end up by quoting the Bible again. But man must eat. We need to survive. We can't be reading the Bible and go to sleep, Mr. Minister. So I thank God we are here. Go and revise your numbers. So when you meet as a committee, dealing with the appropriation and estimate, at least we have a sense of direction so that you get a buy-in from us. You have it tough when you meet the finance committee. Mr. Speaker, a local government committee we went around the country. You meet a regional minister, a DC, you see a project ongoing. You ask who is the contractor, they will tell you, I don't know the contractor. I don't know even when the contract was awarded or whatever. They sit in Accra, award contract, and impose contract on the local assemblies.
Why do you come to ask them and take their percentage?
So who does the supervision? So by the end of the day, the regional ministers and DCs are there watching. Any question you ask them, they can't provide any answers to you because nobody engaged them. They were not part of the process. Look at all the procurement processes which they must go through. So, Minister, stop awarding contracts in Accra. And then DC, because something pipeline projects, in their own composite budget, will look at their needs and will allow them to award their contract and will do the monitoring. Because by the end of the day, monies will be given from the Ministry of Finance. And the minister told us in the budget that there was some payment outside the giftment system. So going forward, they are going to correct it. 6 years, and people were making payment outside giftment system. If not sack anybody, if not punish anybody. And there are a lot of loopholes. Yesterday, there was a Public Accounts Committee report. Right now, they brought another one. Look at the infractions, the leakages in the system, and you are crying for revenue. Where do you get it from? The president will not reshuffle ministers, and the Minister of Finance under Public Finance Management Act will also punish anybody for wrongdoing. So it's like all is well. Mr. Minister, all is not well. Sit out. Punish people to serve as a deterrent. Before you go, I know you'll be going, but before you go, because the 98 MPs have given the indication that they want you to leave. But I'm not part of the 98. I am part of the 136 here. But before you go, punish people under PSMA Act. You have the authority to do that. Don't come and complain to us in the budget that people are making payment outside the gifting system. What have you done? Ghost name. And you said, oh, you identify about 1,500 people under ghost name, including your chief director. You classify him as a ghost. Your own chief director. Is he alive? So the dashboard that you paid money for, what's the use of the dashboard? There's no synergy. Systems are not communicating to each other. So you sit in Accra, I don't know what's happening at the local level. But you're in charge of finances. So Mr. Minister, please, we are in tough times. We need to help you survey the situation, but this is not the way to go. Mr. Speaker, I think I will meet the minister.
Your time is up. Kindly wind up.
So thank you very much for the.
Honorable and team. Honorable in team, AC in team, or a lot clever is AC in team or in team for Joe. Very well. Honorable Deputy Leader then. Very well. Yes, Honorable Aheafo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to contribute to the budget statement and the economic policy of the government of Ghana for the 2023 financial year. Mr. Speaker, the health minister was here to debate the budget, and I thought the health minister would give a detailed explanation as to why
nurses trainees will be paid allowance whilst in school, but after school, they cannot be employed. Mr. Speaker, Alhaji ABA Hussaini, in his debate, posed the question, the legal basis of the SIM registration using Ghana card as the only source. And I thought the minister in debating would have responded fully to that particular question posed. But, Mr. Speaker, I did not get the answer. Mr. Speaker, governance is not about making sweet promises to sugar-coated words, but the ability to deliver is what is important. Mr. Speaker, lawlessness is the order of the day. Mr. Speaker, if those who are placed in the helms of affairs are disrespecting the laws of this country, what do we expect from the people in my constituency? Mr. Speaker, the budget at page 187 indicated clearly the revised appropriation is about 145 billion. And in the same page, they are telling us that by the end of the year, the projected expenditure would be 153 billion. Mr. Speaker, expenditure in excess of appropriation is a criminal offense under Section 96 of Public Financial Management Act. If I have a budget before me telling me that a crime will be committed at the end of the year, Mr. Finance Minister, do you expect me to approve that budget for you? Mr. Speaker, the laws are made to be respected, and those who are placed in the hands of affairs must respect the laws of the land. Mr. Speaker, recklessness, display of incompetence, and mismanagement is the order of the day. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's debt from Kwame Nkrumah to 2016, President Mohammed's regime, former President Mohammed's regime, was 123 billion. But today, as a result of recklessness and incompetence, mismanagement of the economy, Ghana's debt is now about 500 billion. In 6 years, Finance Minister, you have added 387 billion to Ghana's debt. Just in 6 years. And clearly, this is as a result of recklessness. It's as a result of incompetence. It's as a result of mismanagement of the economy. Others are with the view that because your bank, data bank, is a transaction advisor to most of our loans, you take delight in borrowing. As a result, Mr. Speaker, Ghana's debt by your own budget is unsustainable. Ghana's debt is now unsustainable. Mr. Speaker, inflation was 14 to 15% in 2016. Finance Minister, now inflation is 40.4%. And it's been projected that by the end of the year, Ghana's inflation will hit 50%. And you are talking about debt structuring, giving haircuts, zero interest to bondholders.
They are not cutting the head.
Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians have contributed or paid a levy towards National Health Insurance Act. Therefore, the National Health Insurance levy is by law. Honorable Finance Minister, the law is clear that after collection, within 30 days, you must pay the money to the fund. Why have you paid the National Health Insurance Fund monies collected less than 10%? Mr. Speaker, on the same health insurance fund, the minister projected a revenue of 4,644,363,009 Ghana cedis for the year 2023. However, when you go to the expenditure item in page 191 of the budget, you are projecting about 2.5 billion. What happens to the rest of the money? Even when you apply capping, what should go to national health insurance should be more than that. If you add the SNIT contribution to it, it means the total projected revenue is about 5.28 billion. And you are going to give them 2.5 million, less than 50% of it. Tell us what you use the rest of the money for. Mr. Speaker, Get Fund Levy is established by law to support the delivery of quality education to Ghanaians from basic school to tertiary level, ensuring equitable provision of essential resources for all levels of education to all segments of Ghanaians. And the 2.5% VAT, which is the Get Fund levy, is supposed to be paid to Get Fund. Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister is projecting a total revenue from the levy in the sum of 4,644,363,009 Ghana cedis. However, when you go to the expenditure item, comparing the page 190 and 191 of the budget, the revenue and the expenditure, the minister is proposing to give to Get Fund only 1.8 out of almost 5 billion. What will you do with the rest of the money? You want to Get Fund to collapse? Is education not an important in this country for all monies collected to be given to Get Fund? Mr. Speaker, the last person who spoke from the other side boasts of this is Assembly's Common Fund payment. I want to place on record the outstanding balance as at the second quarter from the government finance ministry to this is Assembly Common Fund. Mr. Speaker, the total amount is 4,874,567,950 cedis, 74 pesos. Mr. Speaker, the details are as follows. In the year 2018, as far back as 2018, the owing was 361,529,207 cedis, 49 Ghana pesos. In 2019,
634,622,875 cedis, 73 pesos. In 2020, it was 636,067,032 cedis, 68 pesos. 2021, 1,921,544,374 Ghana cedis, 40 pesos. In the year 2022, it's 1,138,834 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this amounts to a total of about 4.9 billion, where from the statement that the first and second quarter has been paid. If you are owing this Assembly Common Fund right from 2018. Mr. Speaker, there was a huge issue about the calculation of the total revenue as per Article 252 of the 1992 Constitution. As a result of which, two members of Parliament at that material moment, one of who is here, went as far back to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has given an interpretation, delivered a very beautiful judgment. Honorable Finance Minister, why are you not respecting the constitutional provision as well as the judgment emanating from the Supreme Court of Ghana? Is that not as a result of lawlessness? Is that not as a result of recklessness? Is that not as a result of incompetence? Mr. Speaker, our economy is in tatters. Governance in this country is in a mess. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe strongly that it is about time for Ghanaians to realize that governance under the current administration is in a mess. The earlier, the better. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Very well, Honorable Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the debate. Mr. Speaker, I shall rely on these veritable words of the Finance Minister contained at page 86, paragraph 369 of the budget to anchor all that I want to say. And quote, Mr. Speaker, even amidst the current difficulties, Ghana remains committed to implementing social protection programs and safeguarding social expenditures. Government will not renege on its responsibilities to the vulnerable, unquote. Mr. Speaker, these are the reassuring words of the government to the people of Ghana. But, Mr. Speaker, I concede that we are in a political competition. And the political competition is clear that we have an NDC and an MPP. I have no problem at all our friends in the NDC criticizing the governance we are experiencing now. But, Mr. Speaker, the question that must be asked is that what is the track record of these our friends? Mr. Speaker, what is their track record? Ghana is coming from 2016 all the way to 2022. Ghana is coming from 2009 all the way to 2016. Mr. Speaker, the very gentlemen who are criticizing us today were the very gentlemen who ruled this country 8 years before we took over.
Mr. Speaker, they are not Democrats and they wouldn't want to listen. Mr. Speaker, we assumed office with an ambition to transform the economy. And Mr. Speaker, let me refer them to industry records. At page 23 of the budget, table 8. Mr. Speaker, this is what the records have to say. Industry, 2014, 1.1% growth. 2015, 1.2% growth. 2016, 4.3% growth. 2017, 15.6. 2018, 10.5. 2019, 6.4. Mr. Speaker, clearly, as Honorable Harun Edrusi himself said, which language reflects in the records of this House. He says that he is not concerned about the 2017, 18, 19 records of the Finance Minister. The day he was moving his motion of censure, these were the words of my respected friend Harun Edrusi, that he is not concerned about 2018, 17, 18 records of the Finance Minister. Why was he not concerned? Mr. Speaker, in 2014, when the world economy was not experiencing any catastrophe, President Mahama told us that times were hard and that he was unable to implement free SHS, he was unable to pay teacher training allowance, he was unable to pay nursing training allowance. In fact, he was very emphatic that he was unable to provide any relief in electricity tariffs. These were the words of President Mahama to the people of Ghana. What did we say in opposition? We said, should we get the opportunity, we would introduce some reliefs that the Ghanaian people would benefit from. Did we renege on that promise? No. When we came into office, Mr. Speaker, the records would bear me out that in 2017, 2018, this government did not introduce any tax. They should check. Rather, we reduced. Some taxes, percentages were reduced, some were completely abolished. Mr. Speaker, we did it. While doing this, we introduced the free SHS. While doing this, we restored the nursing training allowance. While doing this, we restored the teacher training allowance. While doing this, Mr. Speaker, we reduced electricity tariffs. The very thing, Mr. Speaker, we reduced for households. Mr. Speaker, I'm ready to resume my seat for the Deputy Minority Leader to get up on a proper point of order, not that intimidatory type of thing. Mr. Speaker, we were.
Yes, only hold on. Yes,
yeah. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Deputy Leader that is prepared to resume his seat for me.
He has resumed. Can you address me now?
I don't know why he says that, because I just made a point that he said he introduced free SHS and then reduced taxes. And I said, well, if you took investors' money to do that, we'll fall into a ditch like today, where you'll be announcing funeral for the investors. You took investors' money. You didn't.
Are you on a point of order or you're debating?
Well, he said he will resume the seat for me to continue.
You're out of order. Please proceed.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, the metaphor here is very clear. It is part of the bona fides of a government to provide social intervention programs. And that we did. That you said you could not do.
And they benefited.
It was worse yesterday when Ghanaians could not pay electricity tariffs. It was worse yesterday when Ghanaian parents could not afford secondary education and their children were sitting at home. It was worse yesterday when nursing trainees were going back home because they could not afford anything. Mr. Speaker, in 2013, Ghanaians were very hopeful that our coastal belt was going to see some infrastructure that would help our fisher folks. They were saddened when 2014, Honorable Setepe appeared before the Finance Committee of this House and announc't a capping, which capping completely took away the landing beach projects. Mr. Speaker, this was when we had procured a CDB loan, and that loan had a punitive clause, which punitive clause meant that if we failed to draw down, we were going to pay charges. Mr. Speaker, at the time the finance minister came to us, Ghana had paid over $150 million, merely because we had not put in place the measures to disburse. Is this not part of the debt? Is this not part of the debt that you paid? Somebody was giving you a loan. Let me break it down. The Chinese government was giving you a loan. A condition precedent was in there that if you put in place your measures to draw down early, you will not pay any penalty. But if you fail, you pay. You continue paying penalty upon penalty upon penalty. Monies that you could have used to construct the Chairman Abo Road. Monies that you could have used to provide water for the people of Chairman. Monies that otherwise, Mr. Speaker, Bole Bamboy people needed water. They could have used to get them water. You were paying it free of charge to Chinese because you had failed to draw down. That is the record we are talking about. That is the record of the NDC. Mr. Speaker, nothing has changed from your stock. Your appointor is the one who you are going to rely on him to be your flag bearer. You, the appointees who could not do anything, are the same people who are eagerly waiting to get opportunity. Is there anything new from you as an NDC? Is there anything new from you as an NDC party? Have you put in place any alternative? But we concede, Mr. Speaker, we concede that the challenges of COVID and the challenges of the Ukraine-Russia war, which have thrown the world economy into recession, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I expect my colleagues to enjoy a healthy debate. Silence is important, tolerance is important, and I'm happy Mr. Speaker will not mark the time against me while they make the noise. Mr. Speaker, it is a fact. It is a fact that the world economy is in recession. Nobody here can deny that fact. Mr. Speaker, why is the world economy in recession? Because, Mr. Speaker, the instability in the flow of trade. Ghana is not insulated. The very investors who 2017, 18, 19 were bringing their funds in are no more bringing their funds in. Why? Not because of mismanagement, but because their own backyard is on fire. You know that as a fact. You know that as a fact. Mr. Speaker, in all of this, the people of Ghana have benefited from the sincerity of the Akufo-Addo government with respect to, Mr. Speaker, with respect to the promise to alleviate poverty among our fisher folks. What did we do, Mr. Speaker? Today, I can say on authority that every single landing beach project is ongoing. Mr. Speaker, the NDC government promised us. The NDC government promised us landing beach. They could not do one. They could not initiate one. They rather abandoned the project, said that it was no more a priority project, but immediately Akufo-Addo came, Akufo-Addo initiated the landing bid project. And as we speak, no less than 12 landing bid projects are ongoing across the length and breadth of our coast. We know that. We know that as a fact. Mr. Speaker, they talk about debt. My respected colleague Anyafo argued with some figures, and I'll respond to those figures. These were his words, that we inherited a 123 billion debt. Don't worry. We inherited, so that is what it means, even from Gordgesburg. 123 billion debt. Right. What you failed to say was that you inherited 9.5 billion debt from Kufuor. And in percentage terms, at the time you were leaving office, it was 1,200 plus %. And if I challenge you to point to me a single social intervention program your party, your government initiated and implemented successfully, you have none. Mr. Speaker, I challenge them again, the NDC stock in this house, should tell us a single social intervention program they initiated and implemented successfully. But, Mr. Speaker, we concede that although we are in difficult times that President Mahama himself says that they should support the government. When he went to Ho recently, he said, look, he concedes, and that I respect him for that. He didn't sound partisan. He did say to the people of Ho that, look, we are in difficult times, all of you should support government. This is what he said. But in the midst of these challenges, public servants are being paid. Government is not in arrears regarding salaries and emoluments. Parliamentary service staff are being paid. Mr. Speaker is receiving a salary. First Deputy Speaker is receiving a salary. Second Deputy is receiving a salary. The 275 members of Parliament are receiving their salaries. All the civil servants are receiving their salaries. Mr. Speaker, the security services, all government workers are being paid. There's no single arrears. Nobody in this chamber can tell me that government has failed in the midst of this crisis, to pay salaries. I am saying that government is living up to its bona fide. We consider we have challenges. Mr. Speaker, free SHS.
I have 1 more minute.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Free SHS. Mr. Speaker, I will use free SHS to end my submissions. Those were the days that people could not take their kids to school because there was no money. Today, government has sustained the free SHS agenda. Again, Mr. Speaker, no less than 57 NVTIs have received facelifts. Mr. Speaker, let me categorize the facelifts. In terms of infrastructure, new classroom blocks, administration blocks, and machinery, Mr. Speaker, it is all over. Mr. Speaker, the e-blocks that they promised, Mr. Speaker, they talked about some 200 e-blocks. At the time they left office, they had not achieved more than 40.
No.
Today,
wind up.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, normally you give some little space to your leaders.
I'm afraid.
Mr. Speaker, I wind up. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I wind up. Mr. Speaker, So in conclusion, I submit that, Mr. Speaker, the two major tax measures, especially the VAT 2.5%, the government is very specific and clear what it is going to use these revenues for, to fix our roads. Many of us MPs, we complain about bad roads. Government says specifically this is for our road. So, Mr. Speaker, what's going to happen is that as part of our oversight, we must hold the minister's feet to the fire and say, Mr. Minister, we want to know, and government is going to do that. The e-levy, the man talked about e-levy. Mr. Speaker, the man talked about e-levy. Government has listened. Government is reducing the percentage so that we can get the relief through for people to pay. Mr. Speaker, this is the time for us to act properly as one people. And if the minister relies on memory, Bible quotations to encourage all of us, Mr. Speaker, he does so on firm grounds, knowing that in all difficulties and in dangers, we put our trust in the Lord.
Thank you, Leader. Your time is up. I think. Other members, that brings us to the end of the debate for today. Tomorrow, the leaders will conclude. And now, may I be guided by the leadership table.
Mr. Speaker, if you'll be pleased, there was a discussion to deal with motion 9. Mr. Speaker, if you'll be pleased, there was an agreement that would end the day with motion 9, with respect.
With what?
Motion.
Motion.
Yes, item 9, Mr. Speaker.
I think we did
Number
that
9,
in the morning.
Yes.
Oh, you did one. You're left with one. So which one? Yeah. Which item? Which item, please?
Mr. Speaker, 9, with respect.
Item 9.
Yes.
Very well. Item 9, motion by the chairman of the committee.
Chairman of the committee, please move your motion. Yes, move the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether he wants to take your job. You've called me and then...
I've called you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the accounts of district assemblies for the year ended 31st December 2019. Mr. Speaker, I present the report and ask Hansa to capture the entire report as having been read whilst I read portions of it. Mr. Speaker, the report of the Auditor General on the accounts of the district assemblies, which we usually call IGF, was presented by the Majority Leader on 21st of June 2022 and was referred to the committee, the Public Accounts Committee, for examination and report. So, the committee is MMDCs and their staff for appearing before the committee, also the regional ministers for the 4 regions that the committee held public hearings. Mr. Speaker, the audit was undertaken in accordance with Article 187 of the Constitution, and the purpose of the audit was for the Auditor General to verify and ascertain that the financial statement and utilization of the internally generated fund for the various municipal, metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies are in conformity with the applicable laws and guidelines regarding the public financial management in general. Mr. Speaker, the summary of the Auditor General's report. The Auditor General, in pursuit of his mandate, undertook this audit and has come out with his findings. The report indicated that 2 assemblies were unable to submit their financial statement by the statutory deadline of 28 February 2020, and therefore they relied on the accounting records to audit the 2 assemblies. The Auditor General was also guided by the international standards of account auditing, including the International Organization of Supreme Audit Institutions, INTOSAI, and the English-speaking group of the African branch of International Standard of Auditing, INTOSAI-E, as well as the INTOSAI auditing standard, to make his recommendation in accordance with Section 13 of the Audit Service Act. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the audit, the Auditor General identified extensive weaknesses and deficiencies in the internal control and operations of the Assembly. The report also found a pervasive non-compliance with existing legislative instruments and framework, managerial lapses, and weak monitoring procedures at both ministerial, managerial, and legislative levels of the Assembly. The lapses identified were mainly related to cash, contracts, procurement, and stocks, and also tax irregularities. These deficiencies created avenue for some officials to mismanagement and misappropriation of resources of the Assembly to the financial value of 19.5 million Ghana cedis, out of a total revenue of 388.1 million Ghana cedis, or 5.03% realized by the Assembly. So, Speaker, as I said, the total irregularity amounted to 19.5 million Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, let's look at the status of implementation of the Auditor General's recommendation. The committee noted that a substantial number of the infractions uncovered by the Auditor General had been addressed by the assemblies upon receipt of the summons from the committee. The committee therefore observed that affected assemblies had either regularized the infractions or refunded monies expended without due regards to the laid down regulations. A total amount of 15.9 million, or 82.62% of a total infraction of 19.2 million was resolved, leaving a balance of 3.3 million Ghana cedis, or 17.38% unresolved. So the table on page 9 of the report shows that. So, Mr. Speaker, I go to the conclusion. A review of the Auditor General report revealed persistent weakness in internal control system in all assemblies, resulting in the failure of account officers and other unit heads to adhere to the financial management rules and regulations on daily basis. The committee recommends to the Ministry of Local Government, Rural Development, together with the heads of the MMDAs, to implement all the recommendations captured in the Auditor General's report and this report by the Public Accounts Committee to Parliament in accordance with Section 88 of the Public Financial Management Act of 2016 at 921. The committee further urges the Attorney General to ensure that all those MMDAs the committee found to have breached the Public Procurement Act and other financial laws and guidelines are prosecuted to serve as deterrent and also desist from their actions. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt its report on the report of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana, on the accounts of the district assemblies for the year ended 31st December 2019, with its recommendations in accordance with Order 1653 of the Standing Orders of the House. Mr. Speaker, respectfully submitted.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion for this House to approve the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the accounts of the district assemblies for the financial year ended 31st December 2019. Yes, I rise to second. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, in seconding the motion, it is instructive to recall as at the time of assemblies. Mr. Speaker, 82.62% the total irregularities as captured in the report have been recovered. And this for me is very substantial for us to highlight this to the general public. In doing this, you realize that the irregularities as captured will not necessarily amount to somebody dipping his hands in public purse to, as it were, steal or for the intention of stealing from the public. Clearly, if you were to take, for instance, cash irregularities, you would realize that it is the non-adherence to very simple rules as stated that leads to a lot of these cash irregularities. Mr. Speaker, if you were to look at pages 10 on the unresolved audit issues and the commitment of the expenditure without the use of the give-me system, Mr. Speaker, what we realized was that, for instance, in Seshiri, the district assembly in Seshiri complained that they are unable to access internet. That clearly prevents them from using the give-me system. So probably it's about time that the Ministry of Finance, in collaboration with the local government authority, develops an app on a laptop where they can take it to areas where they do not have internet, so that they are able to facilitate or fast track or even work on their financial system. In so doing, the Auditor General will not be reporting on irregularities which will be announced in the media to create the impression that there's some huge monies leaking in the public purse. Mr. Speaker, if you were to look at on the same page 10, paragraph 9.2, on uncollected revenue, which amounted to some 1,705,263.49 Ghana cedis. What comes out clearly is that most of these assemblies award contracts. But Mr. Speaker, in the terms of the contract, they do not insert terms that will ensure that if you do not pay, you go through these punitive measures. So people are so relaxed because if they take the contracts as they have it, they realize that they do not have any obligation to, as it were, be in a hurry to pay most of these debts. So they relax on it, and the assemblies incur a lot of debts. Mr. Speaker, your committee also realized that there's some delayed or abandoned projects, which amounts to some 244,000 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I'm using this medium to urge the various assemblies that if you do not have the means, if you do not have the money, do not award contracts to contractors to be executing projects on your behalf. If you are to award a contract, let's say in 2010, and today we are in 2022, contractors will find it difficult under the same terms to be able to accomplish those projects. So if you're an assembly and you know that your IGF is unable to support the kind of work that you intend to do, then do not even award the contracts. And this has led to a lot of delayed projects or unabandoned projects, and a lot of them that appear before this committee is something that we can easily do away with. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I rise to second the motion for this House to adopt the report on the Public Accounts Committee of the District Assemblies for the year ended December 2019. Thank you very much.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to contribute to the motion under discussion. Mr. Speaker, I want to make reference to Table 1. And under the Table 1, I'm looking at the first column where about 227 MMDs are involved in the case of cash irregularity. Mr. Speaker, it tells you that most of our assemblies are not doing well when it comes to this particular infraction. As many as 227 of them fall foul of this particular item. And I think that is a worrying situation. Indeed, it is true that some of these issues have been resolved. I'm talking about the cash irregularities. About 82.54% resolved. The Speaker is that it's not as if the committee was able to get back any substantial sum of money. In most cases, what we have realized is that the assemblies now come during the hearing with supporting documents, with receipts, 2 or even 2 years down the line, and you ask yourself, at the point of auditing, at the point where the auditors are there, they go through all the right processes. You are given the time to bring these documents. Most of these assemblies will fail to present the documents at the time of audit. Now when they are called to the committee, from nowhere they are able to conjure these receipts. And some, when you even take a look at it, you realize there is a very fresh receipt or a fresh document that you can tell that is just been conjured within that period that it was being asked of. And I think that something must be done about it. What should be done is what we have suggested in the report, that those who fall foul of this law must be punished. Mr. Speaker, the challenge has been that when we come here to read this report and we make our recommendations, I've come to realize that little is done in terms of executing the recommendation that we would have presented to your House. Many a times when we say those who have done the wrong things allegedly be prosecuted, it ends here. And so I want to appeal to this House to encourage the Auditor General and the Attorney General to work together to ensure that people who go wrong are taken through the law so that there will be some kind of punitive actions against them. If we do that, we will be able to reduce corruption. Mr. Speaker, one of the items that I want to draw your attention to is the issue of uncollected revenue to the tune of 1,705,263.949. This is a huge sum of money. We impose taxes, we go around looking for money, but there's money seated at the assemblies that for some reasons they are unable to collect the money. And that for me is also a worrying situation. That you are looking for money and you are waiting for central government to bring you money when you can't easily go out there and recover or collect what is due you. I think that the assemblies should be strengthened and given some education so that they are able to collect what is due them instead of always waiting for the assemblies, for the central government to bring money. We have realized that out of the 1.7, 120 was recovered. It was recovered only when they heard that we were calling them to come to the Public Accounts Committee. If you don't do that, or if you don't call them, they're very reluctant, they don't come. And so I think that
the local government ministry should organize some kind of education and let all assemblies know that it's not only central government that will always have to bring them money. The money that they are supposed to collect at assembly level, they must be serious in collecting those monies. Like I said, unsupported payments amounting to the tune of 1.5 million. And when you ask them why they don't do this, they tell you the documents were hidden somewhere because there was a movement from one office to the other, and so they were not able to trace it. But when they were called to now come for public accounts hearing, wherever the documents were, they are able to now get it. And these are the things that gives you an indication that it is some kind of deliberate thing to do. And that is why sometimes when they say that these irregularities, there's some kind of corruption behind it, you are not able to define them and defend them very well. So it's something we must also look at. Finally, Mr. Speaker, our recommendation here is that, and I'm just trying to re-emphasize, and with your permission, let me read that. In this regard, the committee recommends to the Attorney General to take immediate steps to prosecute all the officers who supervise these transactions in accordance with Section 51 of the Public Procurement Act. Here we are making reference to procurement irregularities. And we have, at the committee level, referred some of these officers to the Attorney General. What we are calling for is that they must take our work serious and they must ensure that these people are prosecuted. If we do that, the next time we call on them, I can assure you, we will not encounter many more procurement-related irregularities. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this opportunity.
Honourable members, okay. I'm going to put a question, but I'll give you. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to contribute to the motion for the House to adopt the report of the Public Accounts Committee on the report of the Auditor General on the accounts of district assemblies for the financial year ended 31st December 2019. Mr. Speaker, I rise to add my voice to what the Chairman and Deputy Ranking have already said. When it comes to public accounts and these reports, most of the time people immediately think that it is directly linked or they're talking about corruption, which my colleague on the other side brought up. The Speaker, some of the issues we looked at, as he rightfully said, has to do with unsupported payments, which means at the time the payments were made and at the time the auditors went, they couldn't find documents such as receipts. It does not directly mean that there was misappropriation of funds or embezzlement of funds. We keep making this point so that Ghanaians are aware that when we review these reports, it's not always about people stealing money, but sometimes it has to do with the fact that the documents were not there at the point. Before we start in reviewing these reports, as they said, most of, and I quote, it said, a substantial number of the infractions uncovered by the Auditor General had been addressed, and this is 82.62% of this is 82.62% of the irregularities that were stated by the report. These were uncovered, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there were other infractions such as uncollected revenue. I know a lot of the assemblies talk daily about revenue for them to run the assemblies. Mr. Speaker, the committee was in agreement with, or the committee came into agreements that whether these issues have been rectified or not, those officers whose actions or inactions resulted in the malfeasance should be sanctioned, notwithstanding, as I said, that they've been rectified. I believe, Mr. Speaker, if this is done, it will move from 82.62% to next time, even about 99% haven't been resolved even before the committee sits. Mr. Speaker, one thing I believe we all have an issue with is the misappropriation of revenue, Mr. Speaker. This is something the committee looked at seriously. Mr. Speaker. We cannot sit as a committee for funds to be misappropriated to a tune of 823,536 Ghana cedis, and the committee will not come out with stringent measures. Mr. Speaker, as my colleague on the other side said, these sanctions have to take place to ensure that things like misappropriation does not happen. The committee is there to provide oversight, to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that the Ghanaian taxpayers' money is used judiciously. Mr. Speaker, we all came into agreement that, Mr. Speaker, these sanctions have to take place so that these officers do not repeat, or the next reports that comes, we do not see things like misappropriation of revenue. Mr. Speaker, we've talked about uncollected revenue, we talked about unsupported payments. Mr. Speaker, in all these, Mr. Speaker, it shows that by the time we sat, about 60–70% of this revenue or these payments or supporting documents had been made or had been rectified, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with these few points, I would just like to add my voice to say that we should adopt this report because as we can all see, a great number of them have been resolved. And I add my voice to ask for the adoption of this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So I'll put a question.
Mr. Speaker, before you put a question, I'm actually saddened as the chair of the committee that the debate, we're trying to justify the infraction that are reported on by the Auditor General. It's not any good signal. The image of Parliament is not good. Today, the deputy leader from the majority side made it point blank that these are issues of the civil and public servant. It's not about Parliament, it's not about the government, it's not about we the politicians. It's a civil servant. But if we defend them, the issues that are reported on by the Auditor General, the committee went and looked at it, and we come to say that, oh, the issues are these and that. We are encouraging them to do it more. Please, I beg. Let's take cue from what the leader said this morning. Let us not debate that way. It's not good. The image is bad. It is not you. It's the public servant. They are doing it. The laws are there. If you go against the law, let's talk about it. Don't say, oh, this one, the law, you have infringed upon the law, but it is not embezzlement. And so what? So please, let's know how we do the debate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all in favor of the House adopting the motion, say aye. Aye. All against that, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Honourable members, it is past 4:30. I'll bring proceedings to a close. So the House is adjourned to tomorrow, Tuesday, December 6th at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.